You have tried to change yourself while awake. Now let change happen while you sleep. When the mind rests, life repairs itself naturally. This is not motivation. This is not information. This is nourishment for the unconscious. In this time together, I will speak to the part of you that does not argue, does not resist, and does not forget. As you fall asleep, tension releases, old patterns soften, and understanding enters without effort. This is wisdom designed for rest, for healing, for deep inner settling. You will not wake up with new beliefs, but with a quieter mind, a softer heart, and a different quality of awareness following you into your days. Most people fall asleep exhausted, carrying the weight of the day into the night. Thoughts repeat, worries echo. The body lies down, but the mind keeps running. This is not how sleep was meant to be. Night is not for thinking. Night is for returning to yourself. When listening replaces effort, even sleep becomes a sacred space. In this meditation, I will speak slowly, gently, and without urgency. I will guide you through silence, awareness, letting go, and deep inner rest. Some words you will hear, some you will miss, some will reach you while you dream. Nothing needs to be followed in order. Nothing needs to be remembered. Let this be a companion for sleep, a soft presence in the background, a field of calm that holds you through the night. What enters now will unfold in its own time. Now the journey truly begins, not by moving forward, but by softening backward into rest. What I am about to share is very simple, yet it is what most people completely miss. Sleep does not need effort. Transformation does not need effort. Only resistance needs effort. And tonight, resistance can be put down gently. You have spent your days trying to understand, improve, manage, and hold everything together. That habit follows you into the night. Even while lying in bed, the mind wants to do something useful. It wants to grasp these words, arrange them, remember them, but that habit belongs to the day. Night has a different language. Night speaks in permission. Here is the permission. You do not need to understand anything I say. Understanding is not required here. Meaning is not important. Memory is not important. Your only task, if it can even be called a task, is to allow yourself to stop trying. The moment trying stops, rest begins. And the moment rest begins, something deeper listens. Think of carrying a heavy bag all day without noticing its weight. When you finally set it down, the relief comes instantly. Nothing else is needed. In the same way, you have been carrying expectations, goals, and the need to make something happen. Now you can set them down, not forever, just for this night. When you release the need to understand, the mind relaxes. When the mind relaxes, the body follows. Breath slows without instruction. Muscles soften without command. The nervous system recognizes safety again. This is not something you do. This is something that happens when you stop interfering. Rest is not laziness. Rest is natural intelligence returning to balance. Just as the body knows how to heal when you sleep, the inner world knows how to settle when effort disappears. Wisdom does not need your help. It moves best when you are not in the way. As you listen now, you may notice moments of attention and moments of drifting. Both are welcome. You may hear some words clearly and miss others completely. That is perfect. What reaches you does not depend on attention. It depends on openness. And openness is already present when you are tired. Let the words come and go like soft sounds in the distance. Like a radio playing gently in another room. You do not need to follow the voice. The voice will follow you. Even if sleep comes, something remains awake beneath it, receiving without effort. This is the beginning of a different kind of learning. Learning without strain. Learning without pressure. Learning that happens while you rest. And as this permission settles, the body begins to feel heavier, warmer, more grounded. This heaviness is not sinking, it is landing. Stay exactly as you are, or drift, or sleep. Nothing is required. The night is doing the work now, and as you settle into this permission, a quiet distinction will begin to reveal itself. The difference between sleep and unconsciousness. Now something very gentle begins to unfold, something that is usually overlooked because the mind has been taught a single idea about sleep. You were told that sleep is unconsciousness, a kind of blackout, a gap where nothing meaningful happens. This belief is part of the misunderstanding. Sleep is not the absence of awareness. Sleep is the absence of effort. Unconsciousness is tension without awareness. Sleep is relaxation with awareness resting quietly underneath. The difference is subtle, but it changes everything. When you are unconscious, life passes you by. When you are asleep in a relaxed way, life continues to listen, absorb, and heal. Think of a radio playing softly in another room. You are not actively listening, yet the sound is there. It enters you without demand. In the same way, these words can continue without needing your attention. Even if you drift far away, something in you remains receptive. That receptivity is awareness at rest. The mind believes it must stay alert to learn. This is true only for surface learning. Deep learning happens when defenses are gone. During sleep, the guard relaxes, the inner critic softens, old habits loosen their grip. This is why children learn so easily. They live close to sleep, close to rest, close to openness. When you sleep tonight, you are not shutting down. You are opening inwardly. The outer senses dim and the inner field becomes available. This is why dreams carry meaning, why insights appear upon waking, why healing happens without conscious effort. Something wise is working while the mind is quiet. You do not need to stay awake to benefit from this. Staying awake would only reintroduce effort. Let sleep come naturally. Let it arrive in waves. There may be moments where you surface briefly and moments where you sink deeply. Both are part of the same movement. As the mind rests, listening continues in a different way. It is not sharp, it is not focused, it is wide and soft, like listening through the whole body rather than through the head. This kind of listening does not analyze, it absorbs. This is why nothing here needs to make sense. Sense belongs to the waking mind. Night belongs to resonance, vibration, tone, presence. Even silence carries information when the body is relaxed enough to receive it. If at any moment you notice the mind trying to follow, gently let it go. There is nothing to follow. There is nowhere to go. The words are not leading you forward. They are keeping you company as you drift. And as this understanding settles, something deeper relaxes. You no longer fear losing awareness when sleep arrives. You trust that awareness knows how to remain without effort. This trust is important because it allows sleep to deepen without anxiety. As sleep deepens, the night itself becomes a teacher, without instruction, without effort, without demand. And this leads naturally into the next quiet realization. Night has its own intelligence and it knows exactly how to guide you inward. Now something very ancient begins to work on you. Something older than words, older than teaching, older than effort. Night itself becomes the teacher, not through instruction, but through atmosphere, not through direction, but through surrender. During the day, you defend yourself constantly. You hold an image, you manage impressions, you protect habits. Even when you want to change, the ego stands guard. It decides what is allowed in and what must stay out. Night removes this guard naturally. No argument is needed. Defenses simply grow tired and fall away. This is why night has always been sacred. Darkness is not absence. Darkness is rest for the eyes. Silence is not emptiness. Silence is rest for the mind. When the senses withdraw, awareness does not disappear. It turns inward. And in this inward turning, truths that could not enter during the day slip in quietly. The ego cannot remain fully awake in sleep. It survives on tension. It needs effort to stay intact. As effort fades, the ego softens. It does not collapse violently. It dissolves gently, like salt in warm water. And in its absence, there is openness. Not openness you create, but openness that remains when control ends. Think of the sun setting. It does not argue with the horizon. It does not push itself down. It simply sinks. Night arrives without struggle. In the same way, sleep arrives when resistance ends. And in that arrival, something profound happens. You stop trying to be someone. You simply are. Night teaches without words. It teaches letting go. It teaches trust. It teaches how to disappear without fear and return without effort. This rhythm is deeply healing because it reminds you that existence does not depend on your control. As you lie here listening, you may feel the edges of yourself becoming softer. Thoughts lose urgency. Identity feels less solid. This is not loss. This is relief. You are being held by something larger than your mind. Night also teaches patience. There is nowhere to rush, no future to manage, no past to fix. Everything that matters now is already here. Breath moves, heart beats. Awareness rests like a quiet witness, not watching, just being. This is why teachings given at night go deeper. They do not compete with the mind, they bypass it. They enter through relaxation, not through understanding. They reach the part of you that does not resist truth because it does not feel threatened. As you allow night to teach you in this way, something very subtle changes. Trust replaces control. Ease replaces effort. You stop trying to fall asleep and sleep begins to come on its own. And as sleep approaches more fully, the body prepares itself for the next gentle movement. Muscles release, breath deepens, the nervous system remembers safety. This settling is not accidental. It is the wisdom of the night guiding you home. Now the teaching becomes very physical, very simple, very kind. As the night works on the mind, the body also begins its own quiet surrender. You do not have to help it. The body already knows how to settle. It has been waiting all day for permission. The nervous system has been alert for many hours, listening, reacting, protecting, adjusting. Even when nothing dangerous was happening, it stayed ready. This constant readiness is exhausting. Sleep is the moment when the body finally remembers that it is safe. As you lie here, notice nothing in particular. Let the breath slow by itself. Do not guide it. Do not improve it. Just allow it. When the breath is allowed, it naturally becomes deeper, softer, more even. Each exhale carries a small letting go. Each pause between breaths becomes slightly longer. This is the body releasing control. Muscles begin to loosen without instruction. The jaw softens, the shoulders drop, the belly relaxes. These changes do not need attention to happen. They happen because the fight is over for now. The body trusts the night more than it trusts the day. The nervous system learns through experience, not through words. By resting without threat, it rewires itself gently. Safety becomes familiar again. Calm becomes available again. This is why sleep heals what effort cannot. If thoughts appear, they are not a problem. They are part of the settling. Like ripples on water, they fade as the water becomes still. The body does not argue with thoughts. It simply rests anyway. And when the body rests, the mind follows. This settling is the foundation for everything that comes next. Without a relaxed nervous system, nothing deep can change. With relaxation, change happens naturally. Old tensions begin to loosen their grip. Patterns soften without being confronted. Healing becomes quiet and effortless. You may already feel heavier now. This heaviness is not sinking, it is grounding. The body is resting into itself, no longer held up by tension. This weight is a sign that you are being supported. As the body settles more fully, the mind loses its urgency. Listening becomes softer. Attention drifts in and out. This drifting is perfect. It means the system is moving toward balance. From here, the journey continues inward. With the body at rest, the mind no longer needs to struggle. And as the mind relaxes, thoughts begin to lose their grip naturally. This is where we move next. As the body settles, the mind begins to loosen its hold and a deeper quiet starts to appear on its own. Now, something very comforting can be understood, because many people believe that thinking must stop for rest to begin. This belief creates struggle. It keeps the mind alert, watching itself, waiting for silence. But silence does not come through control. Silence arrives when thoughts are no longer treated as important. Thoughts are not the problem. The problem is the attention you give them. When you try to stop thinking, you give thoughts more energy. When you allow them to be, they lose weight. They become like sounds in the distance, present but irrelevant. Right now, thoughts may still be moving, plans may appear, memories may surface, images may drift through the mind. Let them. Do not follow, do not push away. Let them pass as if you are hearing traffic far away while lying safely in bed. The sound exists, but it does not disturb rest. This is the shift that changes everything. Thoughts move from the foreground to the background. They are no longer the center. Awareness is no longer trapped inside them. It rests behind them like the sky behind clouds. When thoughts are allowed to be background noise, the nervous system relaxes further. There is no need to respond, no need to solve, no need to finish anything. The mind learns that nothing bad happens when it stops controlling. This is why listening at night is powerful. The voice gives the mind something gentle to rest against without demanding attention. Thoughts slowly lose interest. They come and go, but they no longer pull you with them. You may notice moments where thoughts fade completely, followed by moments where they return briefly. This rhythm is natural. It is the mind learning how to let go without fear. Each return is softer. Each disappearance lasts a little longer. Even if you drift into sleep and wake again for a moment, do not be concerned. Awareness continues beneath both states. Learning continues without effort. Nothing has been interrupted. As thoughts become background noise, a space opens inside you. This space is not empty. It is calm, it is wide, it is safe. And in this space, the body sinks deeper into rest. Stay exactly as you are, or drift, or sleep. There is nothing to manage here. The mind is slowly being taught a new way of being, a way that does not depend on effort. And as this new relationship with thought settles, something else becomes possible. Words no longer need to be understood. They can simply wash through you like sound, like rain, like vibration. Now you can allow an even deeper relaxation because something very subtle is no longer required. You do not need to listen for meaning. You do not need to understand what is being said. Meaning belongs to the thinking mind, and the thinking mind is already learning how to rest. What remains is sound, rhythm, and vibration. Words are more than ideas. Before they become meaning, they are movement, tone, soft pressure in the air. When you stop trying to follow them, they touch you in a different way. They pass through you instead of stopping in the head. They move through the body like a gentle current. This is why lullabies work. A child does not understand the words, yet sleep comes easily. The nervous system responds to safety in sound. The body recognizes kindness in rhythm. The unconscious listens long before the conscious mind learns language. Let these words be like rain on the roof at night. You hear it, but you do not analyze it. You do not count the drops. You do not ask where each sound came from. The rain simply falls, and something inside you settles because of it. If the mind tries to grasp a sentence, allow it to loosen again. There is no instruction hidden here that you might miss. Nothing essential will be lost if you drift. In fact, drifting is the way this works best. The unconscious absorbs what the conscious mind would resist. Sound enters where effort cannot. Vibration reaches places untouched by thought. This is why chanting, humming, and soft speech have always been used for healing. They bypass the guard at the door of the mind and speak directly to the deeper layers. As the words wash through you, you may feel moments of warmth, heaviness, or gentle floating. These are signs of release. The body is responding. The mind is stepping aside. Something older and wiser is listening now. You do not need to stay with the voice. The voice will stay with you. Even if you fall asleep completely, the sound continues its work. There is no interruption. There is only deepening. In this state, nothing needs to be remembered. Tomorrow does not matter. Understanding does not matter. Only this softness matters. Only this permission to drift. And as the words continue to wash through you, effort dissolves further. Trying fades. allowing remains. Sleep comes closer, not as a goal, but as a natural movement. From here, another truth reveals itself very gently. The very act of trying to sleep is often what keeps you awake. When trying ends, rest arrives on its own. Now something very important can be seen, and seeing it brings immediate relief. Sleep never comes through effort. Sleep disappears the moment effort appears. The more you try to sleep, the more alert the system becomes. Trying is a signal of danger to the nervous system. It says something must be fixed, something must be controlled, and control is the opposite of rest. Effort belongs to survival. Sleep belongs to trust. When you try to sleep, the body thinks it must stay awake to help you succeed. Muscles hold tension. Breath becomes shallow. The mind stays watchful. This is why nights become long when effort is present. Allowing works differently. Allowing tells the body that nothing is wrong, nothing needs to be done, nothing is expected. In this atmosphere, the nervous system lowers its guard. Alertness fades. Safety returns. Sleep arrives without announcement. This is why nights become easier when you stop caring whether sleep happens or not. The moment you release the goal, the body relaxes. The moment you stop waiting for rest, rest finds you. This is not a trick. It is how life works. Effort keeps the mind focused on the future. Will I sleep? When will I sleep? How long will it take? These thoughts keep time alive. Sleep exists only when time disappears. Allowing dissolves time. There is only now, and now is always safe enough to rest in. Listening without effort supports this deeply. The voice gives the mind something gentle to lean against without engaging it. There is no task, no instruction, no performance. Just presence moving softly in the background. As effort fades, the breath becomes slower without instruction. The body sinks deeper into the surface beneath it. The mind loses its sharp edges. Thoughts become softer, shorter, less convincing. This is not something you make happen. It is what happens when you stop interfering. If at any moment you notice trying again, there is no need to correct it. Even noticing is enough. The system learns through kindness, not force. Each moment of allowing teaches the body that rest is safe. Sleep is not an achievement, it is a surrender. And surrender cannot be practiced. It happens when struggle ends. As you continue listening now, there is no need to aim for sleep. Let sleep come if it comes. Let wakefulness remain if it remains. Both are fine. This acceptance removes the last tension. And in this acceptance, something very gentle begins to happen. You start to drift between states. Not fully awake, not fully asleep. A soft in-between space where effort no longer operates. This is the doorway where rest deepens naturally. Now you may notice something delicate happening, something that cannot be forced and does not need to be explained. You begin to slip between wakefulness and sleep. Not abruptly, not suddenly, gently, like drifting in and out of a warm current. This space in between is not confusion. It is a doorway. In this in-between state, the mind is no longer fully in charge, yet awareness has not disappeared. Thoughts lose their structure. Images may appear and dissolve. Sounds feel distant and close. At the same time, time stretches and softens. This is a natural state, and it is deeply healing. Most people become afraid when they enter this space because it feels unfamiliar. They try to wake themselves up or push themselves fully asleep. That effort pulls them out of it. Tonight, there is no need to move in either direction. Let yourself float. This space is where the mind releases control without losing presence. It is where the unconscious opens its doors quietly. It is where the deepest learning happens, not through words, but through atmosphere. If dreams begin to form, let them come. If they dissolve, let them dissolve. There is nothing to hold. There is nothing to follow. Awareness is not required to stay sharp here. It only needs to remain relaxed. You may hear my voice fade and return. You may lose track of it completely and then find it again later. This is not interruption. This is the rhythm of deep rest. The voice is simply a thread running through the night, available whenever you surface. In this state, the body is deeply at ease. Breathing is slow. Muscles are heavy. The nervous system is no longer scanning. Safety is felt, not thought. This felt safety is what allows sleep to deepen without collapse. Nothing needs to happen now. Nothing needs to be achieved. You are not going somewhere. You are arriving where you already are. This slipping between states is not something to stay in deliberately. It will carry you naturally into deeper sleep when the body is ready. Or it may keep you hovering gently for a while. Both are perfect. As this soft drifting continues, the mind relaxes its last grip, and when the mind relaxes, deeper layers begin to open on their own. This is where the work moves beyond the conscious mind. This is where healing reaches the unconscious directly. Now the work moves to a place you cannot reach by trying, and this is why it is so powerful at night. The unconscious does not learn the way the conscious mind learns. It does not analyze. It does not compare. It does not argue. It absorbs. And absorption happens best when effort is absent. During the day, the unconscious is protected by habits, reactions, repeat. Old patterns defend themselves. Even when you hear something true, the mind interferes. It agrees or disagrees. It remembers or forgets. At night, this interference weakens. The guard relaxes. The unconscious becomes open again, like soft soil after rain. This is why listening while falling asleep is different from listening while awake. You are not collecting information. You are being influenced gently, like fragrance entering a room. Nothing is forced. Nothing is pushed. Yet something changes. The unconscious learns through repetition, tone, and feeling. It listens to rhythm more than words. It understands safety more than logic. When the voice is calm, when the pace is slow, when there is no demand, the unconscious recognizes that it can open without danger. Think of how you learned your first language. No one sat you down and explained grammar. You listened, you absorbed, you repeated sounds without effort. Understanding came later, naturally. The unconscious learned it first. The mind followed. In the same way, these words are not meant to be understood now. They are meant to be absorbed. Even fragments are enough. Even half-heard phrases are enough. Even silence between words is enough. The unconscious fills in what the mind misses. This is why transformation does not need struggle. Struggle belongs to the conscious mind trying to control change. The unconscious changes quietly when the environment is right. Night provides that environment naturally. As you rest, old patterns loosen, not because you confront them, but because they are no longer being fed. Tension softens, reactions lose strength, beliefs become less rigid. This softening may not be dramatic, it may not be noticed at all, but it is real. You may wake in the morning feeling slightly different without knowing why. Calmer, slower, less reactive. This is the unconscious at work. It has learned something new, not as an idea, but as a state. Nothing is required of you here. You are already doing enough by resting. The unconscious listens best when you are not watching it. It changes best when you are not supervising it. As this quiet learning continues, something even deeper begins to happen. The body starts to release what it has been holding for a long time. Old tensions that words could never reach begin to melt naturally. Now something very kind begins to happen, something that does not need memory or effort. As the unconscious opens, the body starts to release what it has been carrying silently. Tension that did not come from today or even from yesterday begins to soften. This is not emotional drama. This is quiet repair. The body remembers everything, every held breath, every swallowed fear, every moment where you stayed strong instead of resting. These memories are not stored as thoughts. They live as tightness, as holding, as fatigue that sleep alone could never touch. But when the unconscious feels safe, the body finally lets go. You may notice warmth moving through you, or heaviness spreading gently, or small adjustments in posture without intention. These are signs of release. The body is completing old movements that were interrupted long ago. It is finishing what could not be finished while you were alert. Rest is not passive here. Rest is active healing. Just as wounds close when you sleep, inner tension dissolves when awareness is not interfering. Nothing needs to be analyzed. Nothing needs to be remembered. The body knows what to release and when. This is why night is so important. During the day, you are busy holding yourself together. At night, holding is no longer needed. Gravity does the work. The bed supports you. The world recedes. Safety returns. As old tension melts, breathing becomes deeper without instruction. The exhale lengthens. The pauses between breaths grow softer. These pauses are moments where the body recognizes that it does not need to be on guard. You may feel emotions drifting through without stories attached. A wave of sadness without reason, a moment of peace without explanation. Let them pass. They are completing themselves. Completion does not need understanding. This melting is not dramatic. It is subtle and cumulative. Night after night, layer after layer, the body learns that it no longer has to carry everything alone. Trust returns slowly, deeply, and as this trust settles into the body, something very important changes. Healing no longer feels like work. It feels like permission. As tension continues to dissolve, the unconscious becomes even more receptive. And in this openness, a deep truth reveals itself quietly. Understanding was never required for transformation to happen. Now, something very freeing can be allowed to sink in, because many people have been burdened by a false idea for a very long time. The idea that they must understand in order to change, that clarity must come before healing, that insight must be grasped by the mind before life can move. This idea creates unnecessary strain. Tonight, it can be released. Understanding belongs to the surface. Transformation happens deeper. Long before you could understand words, life was already shaping you. Long before you could explain anything, you were learning how to feel, how to respond, how to trust. The deepest layers of your being were formed without logic, without language, without conscious effort. This is why trying to understand during sleep is not only unnecessary, it is impossible. Sleep does not work through explanation, it works through absorption. Like seeds growing underground, change happens in darkness, in silence, in patience. You do not pull a seed out of the soil to check if it is growing. You leave it alone. You trust the process. Wisdom enters in the same way. When the mind steps aside, truth does not need to convince you. It does not need to argue its case. It simply settles. It becomes part of your inner climate, changing how you respond without announcing itself. This is why some of the most profound shifts in life happen without explanation. You wake up one day less reactive, less afraid, more at ease. You cannot point to a single reason. You just notice that something old no longer has the same grip. This is understanding beyond understanding. Night listening supports this perfectly. You are not asked to follow ideas or remember teachings. You are asked to rest. And in that rest, the unconscious rearranges itself naturally. Old connections loosen, new ones form, all without commentary. The mind often resists this because it wants credit. It wants to say, I understand, I know, I have learned. But life does not need the mind's approval to change. Life moves on its own intelligence, far older and wiser than thought. As you listen now, there may be moments where meaning fades completely, words blur, sound becomes texture, silence becomes thicker. This is not loss, this is entry. You are entering the soil where real change happens. Let the mind rest from understanding. It has worked hard enough. Let wisdom do its work quietly, without explanation, without effort, without demand. And as this deep trust settles, something cleansing begins to occur on its own. Sleep becomes not only rest, but inner washing. Old residue is carried away gently, without struggle. This is where the night deepens even further. This is where sleep becomes inner cleansing. Now the night moves into its most silent work, the work that happens without sound, without image, without memory. Sleep becomes inner cleansing, not as an idea, but as a lived process. Just as the body uses sleep to wash the blood, repair the cells, and restore balance, the inner world uses sleep to clear what has been carried unnecessarily. During the day, many impressions enter you and never leave. Small tensions, half-felt emotions, unfinished reactions. They remain like dust in the corners of the mind and body. You may not notice them individually, but together they create heaviness. Sleep is the time when this weight is gently released. Nothing is pushed out. Nothing is forced away. Cleansing happens through deep relaxation. When effort is gone, the inner flow resumes. What does not belong begins to dissolve. What is no longer needed loses its hold. This is not dramatic. It is quiet, almost invisible. You may feel moments of drifting deeper, as if sinking into something warm and safe, or moments where the body feels very still, almost absent. These are signs that the inner washing is happening. Awareness is present, but it is not interfering. It is allowing life to do what it knows how to do. Sleep cleanses not by removing memories, but by removing charge. The story may remain, but the emotional weight fades. What once triggered you loses its sharpness. What once felt heavy becomes neutral. This is healing without analysis. Think of a river after rain. The water becomes cloudy for a while as old sediment is lifted. Then the flow carries it away. Eventually, clarity returns. Sleep works in the same way. Old residue is stirred gently, then released. If at any point you surface briefly into awareness, let it happen. There's no need to hold on to it. Let it pass. The deeper movement continues whether you notice it or not. This cleansing does not finish in one night. It unfolds gradually. Each night that you rest without resistance, another layer loosens. Another burden is set down. Over time, the inner space becomes clearer, lighter, more open. You do not need to help this process. Helping would only slow it down. Trust is the fastest path here. Trust allows the deepest cleansing to happen. And as this inner washing continues, a quiet confidence begins to appear. A sense that something is taking care of you from within, that you do not need to manage your own healing. This trust prepares the way for the final movement in this section, the ability to let go completely and allow the process to unfold in its own time. Now we come to the most delicate part of this night journey, because nothing can be done here except allowing. Trusting the process is not something you achieve. It happens when you stop checking, stop measuring, stop wondering whether anything is working. Trust appears naturally when control is no longer needed. All through your life, you were taught to interfere, to monitor progress, to fix what feels slow, to doubt what cannot be explained. This habit follows you even into healing. The mind wants signs. It wants proof. It wants reassurance. But the deepest processes move silently, without leaving footprints. Trust is simply the absence of interference. When you trust, you do not rush the river. You do not pull on the flower to make it bloom. You do not open the oven to check the bread every minute. You let things unfold in their own rhythm. Tonight, the process is already happening. Whether you are aware of it or not, whether you remember anything or not, whether you sleep deeply or lightly, nothing essential depends on your cooperation. Life is working on you the same way it always has, quietly, intelligently, without announcement. This is why doubt is unnecessary here. Doubt belongs to the waking mind trying to stay in charge. Trust belongs to the deeper intelligence that knows when to move and when to wait. When you stop asking for confirmation, relaxation deepens. When relaxation deepens, the process accelerates on its own. You may wake in the morning with no memory of this night at all. That does not mean nothing happened. It often means something important did. The deepest changes leave the smallest footprints. As trust settles, effort dissolves completely. Even listening becomes optional. Sleep may deepen. Awareness may fade and return. All of this is part of the same movement. There is nothing to hold together, nothing to manage. Trust feels like being carried, like floating without direction, like allowing gravity to do its work. In this state, the unconscious opens fully because it senses there is no threat, no pressure, no demand. This is where healing becomes inevitable, not because you wanted it, but because nothing is blocking it anymore. And from this place of trust, something new begins to emerge very quietly. Awareness starts to deepen without effort, not as focus, not as attention, as presence. This is the natural transition into the next phase of the night. As the unconscious softens and settles, awareness rises gently like the moon behind thin clouds. Now something very simple and very profound begins to reveal itself, something that effort could never produce. Awareness does not need trying. The moment you try to be aware, you create tension. And tension belongs to the mind, not to awareness. Awareness is already present. It only waits for you to stop interfering. All your life, you may have been taught to concentrate, to focus, to pay attention. These are daytime skills. They belong to effort. At night, awareness works differently. It is soft. It is wide. It does not point at anything. It simply remains like a quiet light in the background. You may notice that even as sleep deepens, something stays. Not watching, not judging, just being there. This presence does not say anything. It does not try to hold on. It does not disappear when the mind fades. This is awareness without effort. This awareness is not sharp like a blade. It is round like a circle. It includes everything and excludes nothing. Sounds come and go. Sensations rise and fall. Thoughts drift like shadows. Awareness does not follow them, yet it is not absent. It is like the sky holding clouds without moving toward them. This is why awareness does not need practice. It needs permission. The moment you stop trying to achieve a state, awareness reveals itself naturally. Trying belongs to becoming. Awareness belongs to being. Night supports this deeply. In darkness, the eyes rest. In silence, the ears soften. In stillness, the body lets go. And when the senses relax, awareness no longer has to look outward. It turns inward effortlessly. This inward presence is not heavy. It does not require discipline. It feels almost weightless. You may not even notice it clearly, and that is perfectly fine. Awareness does not need to be noticed to be present. You may fall asleep completely and wake briefly later, and this presence will still be there. You may dream, and it will still be there. You may forget everything, and it will still be there. Awareness does not depend on memory. As you rest now, allow awareness to be exactly as it is. Do not try to make it deeper. Do not try to hold it. The very act of leaving it alone allows it to spread naturally, like warmth in a quiet room. From this gentle presence, another shift begins to happen. Listening moves beyond meaning. Words lose their importance, and something subtler takes their place. This is where the night invites you next. Now listening changes its quality again, becoming even softer, even less personal. Up to now, words may still have touched the mind from time to time, carrying fragments of meaning. Now meaning itself begins to fade, and something deeper remains. Listening beyond meaning is not about understanding what is said. It is about being touched by sound without interpretation. Meaning divides. It asks the mind to agree or disagree, to follow or reject. Beyond meaning, there is no division. There is only receiving. Sound becomes vibration. vibration becomes feeling. Feeling becomes a gentle presence that moves through the body without stopping anywhere. This is how listening happens in the womb. This is how listening happens in deep sleep. The ears may still hear, but the mind no longer translates. The sound goes directly into the nervous system, into the unconscious, into the subtle layers that do not speak language. You may notice that words start to blur together. Sentences lose their edges. The voice becomes like a distant stream or a soft wind moving through trees. This is not losing attention. This is deepening receptivity beyond meaning. There is no effort to follow, no fear of missing something important. Nothing important can be missed here because nothing is being delivered as information. What is happening is nourishment, and nourishment works best when it is not examined. This kind of listening is deeply restful. It allows the mind to finally stop working, not because it is forced to stop, but because there is nothing left for it to do. The mind relaxes its grip and the body follows even more deeply. If you drift completely into sleep here, it is perfect. If you hover gently between sleep and awareness, it is perfect. Listening beyond meaning works in all states. It does not depend on your cooperation. Sound has always been used for healing in this way. Mantras, chants, lullabies, prayers whispered at night, not for what they say, but for how they hold the listener. The sound itself becomes a field of safety. As you rest now, let the voice be just another sound in the night, like wind outside, like distant rain. Let it come and go without effort. Nothing is required of you. And as meaning dissolves, presence deepens quietly. Awareness becomes more continuous, less attached to any object. It spreads naturally without trying. From this state, something very gentle begins to happen. Awareness remains even as sleep deepens, not as focus, but as a quiet companion that follows you into dreams. This is where the night carries awareness forward on its own. Now something very subtle begins to happen, so subtle that the mind usually misses it completely. Even as sleep deepens, presence does not vanish. It does not need to stay awake in the usual sense. It simply remains quietly, like a lamp left on in an empty room. You may believe that when you sleep, everything disappears. This is not true. What disappears is effort. What disappears is control. What disappears is the tight sense of being someone who must manage life. But presence itself does not sleep. It changes its quality. It becomes softer, wider, less personal. While the body sleeps, presence rests. While the mind dreams, presence witnesses without comment. It does not interfere with images. It does not follow stories. It does not try to wake you up. It simply stays like a gentle background that never leaves. This is why you sometimes wake from sleep with a feeling of clarity, even without remembering dreams. Something was present through the night, holding everything together without effort. That something is not the mind. It is awareness resting in itself. Presence while sleeping is not something you do. It is something you allow by not disturbing it. When you stop trying to control sleep, presence naturally remains. It does not need focus. It does not need attention. It only needs space. This presence has a healing quality. Because it is there, the unconscious feels seen without being examined. Tension releases more deeply. Old patterns soften further. The system feels accompanied, not abandoned. You may drift into deep sleep now, or you may float lightly for a while. In both cases, presence remains. It is not tied to wakefulness. It is not tied to thought. It belongs to something deeper than both. This is why night listening is so powerful. It does not ask you to stay awake. It trusts presence to do its work even while you rest. It trusts the intelligence of life itself. As presence continues quietly through sleep, dreams may come and go. They may be vivid or faint. They may not appear at all. None of this matters. Presence is not interested in content. It is interested in continuity. And this continuity creates a gentle bridge, a bridge between waking and sleeping, a bridge between night and day. Awareness begins to carry itself forward naturally, without effort. As this happens, something beautiful unfolds. Awareness does not stop at sleep. It begins to move with you into dreams, touching them lightly without changing their flow. This is where the night deepens into its next mystery. Now the night moves into a very mysterious and gentle territory, one that cannot be entered deliberately and cannot be controlled. Awareness begins to flow into dreams, not to change them, not to analyze them, simply to be present within them like a soft light moving through mist. Dreams usually belong to the unconscious. They speak in symbols, feelings, fragments. The waking mind does not understand their language very well. It tries to translate them into meaning and often misses their purpose. But awareness does not need to translate. Awareness only needs to be there. When awareness touches dreams, dreams lose their grip. They become lighter, less dramatic, less charged. Images still appear, stories still unfold, but they no longer pull you completely inside. Something in you remains untouched, watching gently, without distance. This does not turn dreams into something special or mystical. It makes them simple, natural. Like clouds passing through the sky, the clouds move, the sky remains. Awareness is the sky. You may not remember these dreams in the morning. Memory is not important here. What matters is that old emotional charges are being released without struggle. Dreams complete themselves when awareness is present. They no longer need to repeat night after night. This is why people sometimes wake feeling lighter without knowing why something was resolved. Not through thinking, but through presence. Awareness allowed the unconscious to express and release without interference. Awareness in dreams is not something you practice. It happens naturally when you stop forcing awareness while awake. Effortless presence during the night invites continuity. Life does the rest. You may drift in and out of dreams, sometimes aware, sometimes completely lost. This is fine. Awareness does not need to be constant to be effective. Even brief moments are enough to change the whole atmosphere. As awareness touches dreams, fear softens. Old anxieties lose intensity. The unconscious feels accompanied. And because it feels accompanied, it no longer needs to shout through dramatic images. Dreams become quieter over time, or they become clearer, or they simply stop disturbing you. All of these are signs of the same thing. Awareness has entered a space where effort never could. This is the final moment of this phase of the night. Awareness is no longer limited to waking moments. It flows gently through all states without trying to hold any of them. And as this continuity stabilizes, life begins to feel lighter even before morning arrives. Something inside you knows it is being carried safely. From here, the night slowly prepares you for return. Not to effort, not to struggle, but to waking with a different quality. A quieter mind, a softer body, a deeper ease that follows you into the day. Now we enter the final movement of this long night, and it begins very quietly. There is no announcement, no dramatic shift, no moment you can point to and say, now it has happened. Change arrives here the way dawn arrives, slowly, gently, almost unnoticed. This is the kind of change that does not argue with your past. It does not fight old habits. It does not correct you. It simply makes certain patterns unnecessary. What once required effort to manage no longer asks for attention. What once felt heavy begins to feel distant, as if it belongs to another life. Change without struggle happens because nothing is being forced anymore. When force disappears, resistance disappears with it. And when resistance is gone, life reorganizes itself naturally. This reorganization is not logical. It is organic. It happens in layers, in rhythms, in subtle adjustments you may only notice later. You may wake up one morning and realize you are reacting less, or worrying less, or rushing less. You may not know why. The mind will look for a reason, but there may be none you can find. This is the sign of deep change. It did not come through decision. It came through rest. Struggle always creates its opposite. When you struggle to change, something inside you struggles to stay the same. When struggle ends, the inner conflict ends with it. There is no longer a battle between who you are and who you think you should be. In that absence of conflict, change becomes effortless. This is why night transformation is so powerful. You're not watching yourself. You're not evaluating progress. You're not correcting mistakes. You're simply allowing life to work on you while you sleep. And life is very skilled when it is not interrupted. You may notice that certain thoughts no longer return with the same strength. Certain emotional loops feel less convincing. Certain fears lose their urgency. This is not suppression, it is fading. What is not fed by attention eventually dissolves. Change without struggle also brings kindness toward yourself. You stop pushing, you stop demanding, you stop measuring your inner state. You become more patient with your own rhythms. This patience is not learned. It appears when pressure disappears. Nothing here asks you to become better. Nothing asks you to improve. You are simply becoming more natural, more aligned, more at ease with yourself. And this ease is the soil from which real change grows. As this understanding settles, something very practical begins to take shape. The calm of the night does not stay behind when you wake. It follows you gently into the day. This is where we move next. Now something very subtle yet very important begins to happen. Something you may not notice immediately, but which slowly changes the quality of your days. The night does not end when you wake up. The night leaves traces. It leaves a softness. It leaves a silence. It leaves a different rhythm moving quietly underneath your actions. When you wake after deep, effortless rest, you may notice that the mind is slower to rush. Thoughts still appear, but they do not grab you so quickly. The body moves with less resistance. Breathing feels fuller. There is a small gap before reaction. And in that gap, intelligence has a space to respond. This is how night wisdom enters the day. Not as memory, not as teaching you can repeat, but as a felt sense, a tone, a background of ease that remains even as activity begins. You are doing the same things, but something inside is no longer tense. You may still work, you may still speak, you may still make decisions, but the sharp edge is gone, urgency softens. You are less driven by habit and more guided by clarity. This is not something you try to maintain. Trying would only bring back effort. It is something you allow to continue by not disturbing it. Night teaches the nervous system that safety exists without control. When this lesson is learned deeply enough, it does not disappear in daylight. The body remembers. And because the body remembers, the mind begins to follow. This is why small changes matter more than dramatic insights. A calmer reaction, a slower breath, a moment of presence while walking. These are signs that the night is still with you. Wisdom is not something you carry in your head. It is something you live in your body. You may notice that you listen more during the day, not only to others, but to yourself. Signals are clearer. Fatigue is noticed earlier. Joy is felt more directly. You stop pushing past yourself as often, not because of discipline, but because the need is gone. This does not mean life becomes passive. It becomes intelligent. Action arises from clarity instead of pressure. Rest happens without guilt. Movement and stillness begin to cooperate instead of compete. As you return to these night journeys again and again, this carryover becomes stronger. The boundary between night and day softens. Awareness flows more continuously. Sleep nourishes wakefulness. Wakefulness respects sleep, and from this cooperation, a new way of living begins to take shape. One where life is not divided into effort and rest, but held as a single, gentle movement. From here, the final understanding of this journey becomes clear. When life is lived from rest, everything changes without being forced. Now we come to the final understanding of this long night. And it is not something new to learn, but something very old to remember. Life was never meant to be lived from effort. It was always meant to be lived from rest. Rest is not the end of activity. Rest is the ground from which all meaningful activity arises. When you live from rest, everything changes its quality. You still move, but movement is no longer hurried. You still act, but action is no longer tense. You still meet challenges, but they no longer feel like threats to your existence. Something inside you remains settled even while life continues to flow. Living from rest means that silence is no longer something you escape from. Silence becomes home. You return to it again and again, even while speaking, even while working, even while relating. This inner resting place does not disappear when the world becomes busy. It travels with you. From rest, clarity arises naturally. Decisions become simpler. You do not need to overthink. You feel what is right and you move accordingly. When something is not right, the body tells you early, softly, without drama. You listen and adjustment happens easily. This is the greatest gift of living from rest. You stop being violent with yourself. You stop forcing your way through life. You stop treating your own being as an obstacle to overcome. Life becomes a cooperation instead of a conquest. Living from rest also changes how you relate to others. You listen more deeply because you are not in a hurry to respond. You speak more truthfully because you are not afraid of silence. You allow others to be as they are because you are no longer struggling to be someone yourself. Nothing here needs to be protected or maintained through effort. Rest maintains itself when you respect it, when you do not rush unnecessarily, when you do not fill every space, when you allow pauses to exist without guilt. This way of living is not dramatic. It will not impress anyone. It does not produce stories of achievement, but it produces something far more valuable, a quiet joy, a steady presence, a feeling of being at home in your own life. As you continue to return to this night listening, rest becomes familiar again, not just at night, but throughout the day. You begin to trust slowness. You begin to trust silence. You begin to trust yourself. And with this trust, life simplifies. Problems lose urgency. Desires lose desperation. You still care, but you are no longer driven. You are carried. This is the natural conclusion of this journey. Not an ending, but a settling. You do not need to go anywhere else from here. You simply continue resting while living, living while resting. And now, the night can close gently around you again, knowing that nothing essential has been missed. Now the night is complete, not because something finished, but because nothing more is needed. There is nothing left to explain, nothing left to add. Everything that needed to happen has already happened quietly, underneath words, underneath effort, underneath memory. You were never meant to change through struggle. You were never meant to heal through force. Life has always known how to take care of itself when you allow it. Rest was never a pause from transformation. Rest was the doorway into it. Awareness does not sleep. It simply rests in a different way. And while it rests, it rearranges your inner world gently, patiently, without noise. Listening has done its work. Silence has done its work. Sleep has done its work. You do not need to wake up different to know that something has shifted. You do not need proof. The deepest changes do not announce themselves. They follow you quietly, like a softer breath, like a calmer response, like an ease you cannot explain. Remember this feeling. Even if you cannot remember these words, return to rest again and again. Let listening replace effort. Let silence replace control. Let life transform you in its own way, in its own time. Rest deeply. Listen lightly. Let life transform you gently. There is a silence inside you that you've forgotten. It's not the silence of absence, it's the silence of presence. When you touch it, everything stops moving. The fears, the worries, the endless voices in your head. And in that stillness, you begin to see who you truly are. In this meditation, I will take you to that door, the door of silence, and together we will walk through it. In this precious time we share, I will take you on a journey into the heart of silence. You will learn how to watch your thoughts without getting lost in them, how to let go of resistance, and how to allow peace to rise from within effortlessly, naturally. You don't have to struggle for peace. You only have to remember how to be still. You have spent years trying to fix yourself, chasing happiness, chasing control, chasing freedom, but peace doesn't come from chasing. It comes from stopping. Everywhere you've looked, success, love, prayer, meditation techniques has only made the mind more restless. The truth is, the mind can never find peace because the mind is the disturbance. When you learn to step back, to observe instead of participate, peace begins to emerge on its own. This is not something I teach. It is something you discover. During these 5 hours, we will enter meditation, not as an exercise, but as a way of being. We will explore stillness through awareness, through breath, through the art of letting go. I will guide you beyond thought, beyond emotion, beyond effort, into the simple presence that you truly are. And as you listen, something beautiful will begin to happen. The noise will soften, the body will relax, the mind will surrender. You will find that you are not trying to find peace anymore, because you are peace. Here's something most people completely miss. Your restlessness doesn't come from the world. It comes from the constant war you fight inside yourself. You want to be calm, but the very wanting disturbs your peace. You want to stop thinking, but the effort to stop thought becomes another thought. You divide yourself into two, the controller and the controlled, the watcher and the watched, the saint and the sinner. This division is the root of all conflict. The moment you become two, you lose harmony. Peace means being one, undivided, whole, complete in your aloneness. You've been taught all your life to fight with yourself. You fight with your anger. You fight with your desire. You fight with your sadness. And then, tired of fighting, you start fighting with the fact that you are tired. The mind has become a battlefield. One part of you wants to be still. The other part keeps moving. One part says meditate. The other part whispers later. You try to discipline the mind, but the very act of trying creates more noise. Can you see the irony? You're trying to force silence by shouting at the mind to be quiet. The mind is clever. It has infinite disguises. It pretends to be spiritual while remaining restless. It meditates to achieve something: peace, enlightenment, serenity. And in that ambition, it becomes the same restless mind again, only now wearing holy clothes. The mind that wants peace is the same mind that created chaos. The only way out of this game is to stop playing it. Don't try to fix the mind, simply watch it. Let the war end by refusing to take sides. Once a man came to me exhausted, saying, "Osho, I am tired of my thoughts. I meditate, but the more I meditate, the more they attack me." I smiled and said, "You are trying to row against the river, and the river is existence itself. Why not drop the oars?" He looked confused. "If I stop rowing, won't I drown?" And I said, "No, you will float." You see, the river is not your enemy. The current of life is not trying to destroy you. It's trying to carry you, but only if you stop resisting. You are exhausted, not because life is hard, but because you are constantly rowing against it. You want life to move according to your rhythm, your desires, your timing. You want to be the master of the river, but the more you resist, the more you suffer. Meditation is the art of floating, allowing existence to take you wherever it wishes, without fear. When you float, you don't lose control. You lose the illusion of control. And in losing that illusion, you gain peace. Try this small experiment. Sit quietly for a few minutes and do nothing. Don't control the breath. Let it breathe on its own. Don't control the thoughts. Let them come and go like clouds drifting across the sky. Don't even try to be aware. Just allow whatever happens to happen. At first, the mind will panic. It will say, "You're wasting time, you're losing focus. Do something, smile at it. Don't argue." Slowly, a new rhythm will appear. A rhythm that isn't yours, yet feels more intimate than your heartbeat. That's the rhythm of existence. That's the first taste of real peace. You cannot enter peace through violence, not even the subtle violence of spiritual effort. Peace isn't something you conquer, it's something you surrender to. When you drop all attempts to fix yourself, you realize there was nothing wrong to begin with. This realization isn't an idea, it's a release. It's like unclenching a fist that's been tight for years and suddenly feeling the flow of blood again. The tension begins to melt, not because you did something, but because you stopped doing. And that's the secret peace begins. The moment you stop trying to be peaceful. The mind is like a pond. When you throw stones of effort into it, the ripples never end. But when you stop throwing, the pond reflects the sky perfectly. The sky doesn't appear because you forced it. It was always there, hidden beneath the waves. Let go of the oars. Let go of the struggle, and the river will begin to carry you home. Now that you begin to sense this, that peace is not the result of control but the absence of conflict, a new question will arise. If peace comes from stopping, how can I stop without falling asleep? How can I remain still and yet awake? This is where the true art begins. The art of watching without interference. The art of awareness. What I am about to tell you may sound strange at first, but it will change how you see your own mind forever. You've been taught that your thoughts are problems to be solved, enemies to be defeated, weeds to be pulled out of the garden of your being. But this very attitude is the reason you remain enslaved to them. Thought is not your enemy. Thought is just movement, a natural flow of energy, a small vibration on the surface of the vast ocean that you are. You don't need to stop thought, because thought never truly disturbs the depths. The waves on the surface cannot touch the silence of the deep. But because you've forgotten your depth, you live only on the surface, tossed around by the winds of worry, desire, and memory. Believing that peace will come when the wind stops. The wind never stops, but you can remember the stillness beneath it. The mind is a beautiful instrument, but you've mistaken it for your identity. It's like living inside a house and believing you are the walls. Thoughts are simply echoes, reverberations of the past, impressions from all you've experienced, felt, learned, and desired. They're not personal, they're collective. They belong to the whole of humanity, passing through you like travelers through a busy inn. One comes in, another leaves. And you, the innkeeper, get caught in the stories of the guests, forgetting that you are not one of them. The art of meditation begins when you remember that you're not the traveler, not the guest, you're the space in which they move. Most people live as prisoners of their own thinking, locked in a cell whose door was never closed. They try to stop thought by force, to suppress it through effort, through rituals, through endless concentration. But suppression only makes it stronger. Try not to think of the color red, and immediately the color will fill your mind. The more you resist, the more powerful the resistance becomes. The mind is a trickster. It thrives on opposition. When you say don't, it hears do. So don't fight it, watch it. The moment you begin to watch, you've already stepped outside the circle. The mind can only control you as long as you believe you are it. Watching breaks that illusion. Once I was sitting silently by a river when a disciple asked me, "Osho, when will my thoughts stop?" I smiled and pointed at the flowing water. I said, "Do you see how the river moves endlessly? Do you wish to stop it?" He said, "No, that would be foolish." And I replied, "Then why do you try to stop your thoughts?" The disciple was silent. I said, "The river of thought will flow. Just don't jump in. Sit on the bank and enjoy the reflection of the sky in the water." The disciple looked at the river for a long time. The next day, when he came back, his face was peaceful for the first time. He said, "I didn't stop thinking, but the thoughts stopped bothering me." That's all meditation is, not the absence of thought, but the absence of disturbance. Every thought is neutral until you give it meaning. It's not the thought that hurts you, it's your attachment to it. A cloud drifting by doesn't make the sky anxious. It's the sky that makes space for every cloud. You are that space. When you forget your vastness, you begin to cling to every passing cloud, afraid that without it you'll be empty. But emptiness isn't a curse. It's your true nature. Thought is just the passing weather of consciousness. Today there may be storms, tomorrow clear skies. Don't identify with either. Let the seasons of the mind change. The sky remains untouched. And there's something else between two thoughts. There's always a small gap, an interval so tiny you rarely notice it. That gap is peace. That gap is meditation. The thoughts come and go, but between them lies the door to eternity. When you become aware of that gap, time stops. The mind disappears. And what remains is pure being, unbroken, unchanging, infinite. You don't need to create this silence. It's always there, hidden beneath the noise. Like a lake covered by fallen leaves, the still water is always waiting underneath. When you watch the leaves without touching them, slowly they drift away, and the reflection of the sky returns. This understanding changes everything. You don't fight thought anymore, you dance with it. You don't demand silence, you fall into it. The mind becomes like music notes come and go, but it's the silence between them that makes the melody beautiful. Don't focus on the notes, focus on the silence. Don't chase the thoughts, rest in the space they arise from. When you do that, something magical begins to happen. Your thoughts become transparent, weightless. They lose their power to pull you into the past or push you toward the future. They flow, but they no longer carry you away. And this is what I mean when I say, learn to rest between thoughts. You don't need to force it. It happens naturally when your awareness deepens. It's like watching the tide recede. First you see the waves, then the foam, and then the still wet sand glimmering under the sun. The peace you experience in those moments isn't new, it was always there. You simply stopped long enough to notice. Meditation is nothing but noticing what was always true. Once you've seen this, your relationship with the mind changes forever. You stop being a soldier fighting the mind's noise, and you become a witness, still, unhurried, unmoving. The mind can shout, cry, whisper, scream, and you remain untouched. You become like a mountain watching clouds pass over its peak. The clouds may darken the sky, but the mountain remains steady, unmoved, eternal. And now that you've begun to understand that thoughts are not enemies but movements of energy, another layer unfolds. The mind's desire to control everything, to fix, to plan, to dominate is what keeps that energy trapped. The next step is to see that peace doesn't come from controlling thought, but from letting go of control itself. The more you let go, the freer you become, until finally you realize there was never anything to control. What I am about to tell you is the most paradoxical truth of all. The more you try to control the mind, the more it controls you. You cannot force peace, because force is violence, and peace cannot exist where violence lives. Yet all your life you've been trained to do just that. From childhood, you've been taught to be disciplined, to manage, to suppress, to direct everything according to your will, your emotions, your thoughts, your desires, even your spirituality. You've turned your own consciousness into a project, into a goal to be achieved. And that very ambition, that constant effort to fix yourself, has become the greatest barrier to peace. The mind that wants to change itself is like a dog chasing its own tail, running endlessly in circles, never realizing the futility of its motion. You keep trying to control your thoughts, your feelings, your reactions, as if control will make you free. But control is another name for fear. You want to control because you are afraid of chaos, afraid of uncertainty, afraid of what might happen if you stop holding on. You think if you loosen your grip, life will fall apart. But what if life is trying to fall together and your grip is what's holding it back? What if peace comes not from mastering the storm, but from realizing you were never separate from the sky in which the storm moves? Imagine a pond on a windy day. The surface is full of ripples, distorted reflections, constant motion. You stand beside it and you want to see your reflection clearly. So what do? You start pressing the water. You try to smooth it out with your hands, but the more you touch it, the more you disturb it. Eventually, exhausted, you stop. You sit down. You wait. And as the ripples slowly die on their own, the reflection returns, not because of your effort, but because of your absence. That's what letting go means. Not resignation, not laziness, but a quiet trust in the natural intelligence of life. The need to control comes from distrust in existence, in people, in your own heart. You've been conditioned to believe that without control, everything would collapse into chaos. But existence is not chaos. It's pure order, a spontaneous order that doesn't require your interference. Look at the stars, the galaxies, the seasons, all moving in harmony without your guidance. The trees don't need your permission to blossom. The rivers don't wait for your signal to flow. Who are you to think that the universe cannot manage without your direction? letting go is the highest form of intelligence. It's not passivity, it's participation without ego. When you stop trying to bend life to your will, you begin to move in rhythm with its will. And that rhythm, that surrender, becomes your true strength. You are no longer pushing the river. You are flowing with it. You are no longer rowing against the current. You've dropped the oars and discovered that the river was carrying you all along. Once, a young man came to me, frustrated and tired. He said, "Osho, I meditate every day. I chant. I breathe deeply. I try everything to silence my thoughts. But still my mind refuses to listen." I laughed softly and asked, "Who wants the silence?" He looked at me in confusion and said, "I do." I said, "Then that I is the noise." His eyes widened and he understood. The one who wants to control is the very source of the disturbance. When you stop trying to silence the mind, the silence that was already there begins to reveal itself. Silence isn't created, it's uncovered. The ego loves control because control gives it a sense of power, of purpose. It makes you feel like the master of your destiny. But the ego is an illusion, and its mastery is slavery. You can never find peace through control, because control belongs to the controller, and the controller is the illusion you must see through. The moment you realize this, something in you relaxes deeply. The hands of the mind open. You stop gripping, stop manipulating, stop interfering. You breathe, and for the first time, you feel the weight of effort fall away from your shoulders. And then something miraculous happens. The chaos you feared begins to organize itself. The noise softens into a kind of music. The thoughts that once felt like storms now move like soft winds across the landscape of your being. You discover that life doesn't need your management, it needs your trust. Control is based on fear. Trust is born of love. The more you love existence, the less you interfere with it. The more you trust it, the more it carries you exactly where you need to go. But you'll notice something subtle. The ego will still try to sneak back in, whispering, "Now you must learn how to let go." And even that becomes another effort, another control. So let go of even the idea of letting go. Don't turn surrender into another achievement. Surrender cannot be practiced. It happens when you're tired enough of control. It comes when you finally realize the futility of struggle. You can't make it happen. You can only stop preventing it. Remember, peace is not a destination. It's the natural fragrance of a heart that trusts existence. When you stop forcing life to obey your designs, it begins to reveal its divine design through you. You start to live not as a doer, but as a vessel. You don't create harmony, you become harmony. You don't manage the music, you become the instrument through which existence plays. And now, as this understanding begins to sink deeper, a new awareness starts to dawn. You begin to sense that peace doesn't come from controlling thought or even from watching thought. It comes from recognizing that the one who wants to control or watch is also just another thought. When you see this, you step beyond the mind completely. And that step beyond that space where you're no longer trying to fix, change, or direct anything, that is where the true art of awareness begins to bloom. Here is the point where the real journey begins, the shift from doing to being, from trying to observing, from controlling to watching. You've struggled enough with your thoughts. Now, the time has come to simply witness them. This is the turning of the tide, the moment when the energy that was once entangled in endless resistance begins to move toward freedom. Watching the mind is not an act of suppression. It is an act of remembrance, the remembrance that you are not the mind. You are the one who sees it. The thoughts come and go, but the watcher remains. The feelings rise and fall, but the watcher never moves. This watcher, this awareness has always been there, silent, still, eternal. But you've been too busy chasing the waves to notice the ocean. To become the observer is to return home to yourself. You are not what happens in you. You are the space in which it happens. Thought is like a cloud, moving, changing, dissolving. You are the vast sky that allows it. You don't need to stop the clouds. They belong to the sky too, but the sky is never limited by them. It remains infinite, open, untouched. And that's what awareness is, the infinite openness behind every experience. You don't have to create it, you just have to notice it. It's like discovering that the silence between words was always there, quietly holding every sound, patiently waiting for your attention. Once, a man came to me and said, "Osho, my thoughts chase me wherever I go." I smiled and told him, "Then stop running." He looked confused, so I continued, "When you run, they must chase you. They have no energy of their own, they borrow it from your resistance. Turn around, watch them, and you'll see they vanish like shadows before light." The next day, he returned and said, "When I watched them, they felt weaker, almost embarrassed, as if they realized I had caught them in the act." I laughed and said, "Yes, because thought has only as much power as your unawareness allows. Awareness is the mirror in which illusion cannot survive. Watching the mind is not an effort, it is relaxation. The moment you make effort, you're back in the mind, because effort means doership and the mind thrives on doing. Watching means stepping out of the game entirely. You stand on the bank and watch the river flow, thoughts, memories, dreams, fears, all drifting by. You don't label them good or bad, positive or negative. You let them be. The watcher doesn't interfere. It simply sees. And in that seeing, a strange miracle occurs. The river slows down. The very act of watching changes the quality of thought. Unwashed, thoughts are wild, unruly, chaotic. Washed, they become graceful, soft, transparent. Have you ever noticed how a thief behaves when no one is watching, and how he suddenly straightens up when someone enters the room? Thoughts are just like that, they thrive in darkness. The moment awareness shines upon them, their power diminishes. Awareness doesn't need to fight, its very presence transforms. So don't fight your mind, bring light to it. Let the light of observation reveal its patterns, its habits, its illusions. You'll begin to see how repetitive and mechanical it truly is, like a machine playing the same old tune. Once you see this, something inside you laughs. You realize this has been running for years, and I was taking it so seriously. That laughter is meditation, the laughter that comes from seeing the joke of the mind. Awareness is not concentration. Concentration is narrow. tense, focused on one point, it excludes everything else. Awareness includes all. It is total openness. When you are aware, everything is embraced. The sound of the birds, the ticking of the clock, the beating of your heart, the thoughts drifting through your mind. Nothing is excluded, nothing is denied. You are not separating yourself from life. You are simply watching life happen in all its fullness. In this openness, a great relaxation begins to happen. You are no longer pushing anything away or pulling anything closer. You have stopped interfering, and in that non-interference, peace blooms like a silent flower. A man once asked me, "Osho, how do I know when I am truly watching?" I said, "When watching becomes effortless, when it happens by itself, when you are no longer the watcher but only watching, then it is real. At first, you will feel that you are watching. There is the watcher and the watched, the observer and the observed. But if you continue, even that subtle duality dissolves. Watching becomes spontaneous. The watcher disappears. The watched disappears. Only awareness remains. This is the deepest silence, the purest stillness. It's easy to misunderstand this. Some people hear me and think I am telling them to withdraw from life, to escape thought, to live detached and cold. But awareness is not withdrawal, it is intimacy. It allows you to see life more deeply, to love more fully, to feel more completely. When you are aware, every experience becomes more alive. Colors are richer, sounds more melodic, sensations more vivid. Awareness is not dry, it's overflowing with aliveness. When you are fully aware, even the smallest things become sacred. The sunlight on your hands, the breeze touching your face, the laughter of a child. Try a simple experiment. Sit in a quiet place, close your eyes, and just watch your breath. Don't control it, don't deepen it, don't slow it down. Just observe. Feel it entering, leaving. If a thought arises, don't push it away. Let it pass like a bird across the sky. You don't have to follow it or fight it. Just remain a watcher. Soon you'll begin to feel a strange separation, not of distance, but of depth. You'll realize that the thoughts are moving on the surface, but you are deeper than the surface, vast, silent, untouched. That realization is freedom. And once you begin to taste this freedom, something in you changes forever. You'll still think, you'll still feel, you'll still act, but everything happens against a backdrop of stillness. Thoughts lose their tyranny, emotions lose their grip. You become free, but not in the way the world understands freedom. This is not the freedom to do what you want. It is the freedom from needing to do. It's the freedom of being. And now, as this awareness begins to settle into your heart like a gentle rain, a new understanding emerges. Awareness is not confined to the moments you sit in meditation. It's not limited to your cushion or your breath. Awareness can infuse everything you do, every movement, every word, every silence. Meditation is not separate from life, it is the fragrance of living consciously. And when you begin to live with awareness in every act, the ordinary becomes extraordinary, the mundane becomes sacred. This is where the art of awareness begins to bloom in daily life, where you no longer need to retreat from the world to be meditative, because the world itself becomes your meditation. Awareness is not something you practice for few moments each day, sitting in silence, closing your eyes, and escaping from the noise of the world. That's only the beginning, a doorway, a small glimpse into what's possible. True awareness begins when you carry that stillness with you into the chaos, into the movement, into the ordinary moments of your living. Meditation doesn't end when you open your eyes. That's precisely when it begins. Life itself is the meditation, the marketplace, the kitchen, the laughter, the anger, the traffic, the breeze. It's not about isolating yourself from the world, but about discovering the center within you that remains unmoved while the world continues to dance around it. You've been taught that meditation is something to be done in special circumstances with closed eyes, in a quiet room, with soft music playing in the background. But life doesn't give you special circumstances. Life gives you everything: the noise, the confusion, the interruptions. And the beauty of awareness is that it needs none of your conditions. Awareness is unconditional. It doesn't require silence, it creates silence. It doesn't need stillness. It brings stillness wherever you are. When you're aware, even the most ordinary actions become luminous. Drinking water becomes a sacred act. Walking becomes a prayer. Breathing becomes communion with existence. Try this for a moment. As you walk, don't walk mechanically. Feel the ground beneath your feet. Feel the texture of the earth, the weight of your body shifting, the rhythm of your steps. Walk slowly, as if the world has stopped moving and only you and existence remain. Walk not to reach somewhere, but to experience the walking itself. You'll be amazed. A simple act that was once unconscious becomes an unfolding meditation. The same can happen with eating, with listening, with looking. When you bring awareness to any act, it becomes sacred. When you eat, don't just feed the body, feed the soul. Look at your food, smell it, taste it fully. Don't talk, don't rush, don't think. Just be with the act of eating. Feel the texture of the food, the warmth of it, the way it nourishes you. And when you eat with this awareness, gratitude arises naturally. Gratitude to existence, to the soil, to the rain, to the sun, to the unseen hands that made the food possible. Awareness brings gratitude, and gratitude deepens awareness. They move together like two wings of the same bird. Awareness in daily life isn't about renouncing anything. It's about being fully present with everything. It's about remembering yourself in the middle of activity. The body moves, the words flow, but deep inside, there's a stillness that watches. The watcher doesn't interfere. It simply observes. And that observation changes the quality of everything. Your anger becomes less poisonous when you watch it. Your sadness becomes less heavy when you allow it to be seen. Even your joy becomes more pure, more silent when you are aware of it. The act of watching transforms the very substance of experience. Once someone asked me, "Osho, how can I meditate when I am surrounded by noise, by people, by responsibilities?" I said, "Then meditate with the noise, with the people, with the responsibilities." Meditation isn't an escape from life, It's the art of living with your eyes open. The mind says, when everything settles, then I will be still. But life never settles. That's its beauty. It's always moving, flowing, unpredictable. To wait for life to be quiet before you meditate is like waiting for the waves to stop before you swim. You must swim in the movement, in the imperfection, in the noise. That's where awareness grows strongest. And remember, awareness doesn't mean detachment in the cold sense. It doesn't mean becoming indifferent. It means intimacy without entanglement. It means to love totally without losing yourself. To be so present that even a single moment of looking into someone's eyes becomes infinite. Awareness doesn't make you less emotional. It makes your emotions more conscious, more refined, more radiant. Unconscious love becomes attachment. Conscious love becomes devotion. Unconscious anger becomes destruction. Conscious anger becomes clarity. Unconscious life becomes mechanical. Conscious life becomes art. One evening, as I sat watching the sunset, a man came to me and said, "Osho, I want to live a spiritual life, but I have a family, I have work, I have commitments. How can I be both worldly and spiritual?" I smiled and said, "You don't have to choose. You only have to be aware. Wash the dishes, but be aware that you're washing. Play with your child, but be aware of your laughter. Drive to work, but be aware of your breathing. When you are aware, the mundane becomes divine." The division between worldly and spiritual exists only in the mind. Awareness dissolves it completely. Slowly, as awareness deepens, you'll notice that your perception changes. Time feels slower, softer, the edges of life blur into a seamless flow. You start to see beauty in the smallest things, the way light touches a leaf, the rhythm of rain on your window, the sound of footsteps on the street. Awareness makes everything vivid because it removes the dust of distraction from your eyes. You were never lacking peace. You were simply too distracted to notice it. The peace of existence is everywhere, in every sound, in every breath, waiting for you to listen. When you live with awareness, the world becomes your meditation hall. Every experience becomes a teaching, every encounter a mirror. You stop blaming others because you see that everything outside you is reflecting something inside. The noisy marketplace becomes your teacher, showing you how to remain centered amid the crowd. The difficult person becomes your teacher, showing you where you still react. Life itself becomes the guru, and when life becomes your teacher, you can never fall asleep again. Every moment calls you to wakefulness, awareness. In daily life is not a practice to perfect, it's a remembrance to return to again and again. You'll forget, everyone does, but each time you remember, the remembrance grows stronger, the silence deeper, the joy more natural. The real miracle of meditation is not that it brings something new, but that it reveals what was always there. It removes the fog of forgetfulness, and what you see then is nothing less than paradise. And now, as this awareness begins to root itself in the soil of your daily life, you'll notice that something begins to shift quietly within you. Awareness stops being an effort. It becomes your nature. You no longer practice it, you live it. And when awareness ripens fully, when it ceases to be something you do and becomes what you are, it transforms into love. Because awareness without love is dry, incomplete. The next step, therefore, is to let awareness bloom into love, to let stillness melt into warmth, to let observation turn into compassion. As awareness deepens, something very beautiful begins to happen. The watcher that you once believed yourself to be begins to dissolve. At first, there is still a subtle sense of separation, a feeling that you are the one watching your thoughts. You are the one observing your emotions. You are the one aware, but slowly, gently, almost imperceptibly, that sense of you begins to fade. Watching ripens into something effortless, something natural. It's no longer you who watches, only watching remains. The distinction between the observer and the observed disappears, like a shadow fading at sunset, and what is left is pure awareness, silent, unbroken, infinite. This is the moment of pure watching, the true meditation. When this happens, there is no tension, no effort, no technique. Effort is born of duality of a watcher trying to watch something else. But when that duality dissolves, effort disappears. Watching becomes like breathing. It happens on its own. The thoughts may come and go, but you no longer stand apart from them. You are not even the sky watching the clouds. You are the very space in which both sky and cloud exist. You are that vast, eternal presence which neither begins nor ends. It cannot be grasped by the mind because it is beyond the mind. It can only be experienced when the mind is quiet enough to vanish into it. Let me tell you a small story. Once, a disciple came to me, his face filled with joy. He said, "Osho, I finally understand. I have been watching my thoughts just as you said, and it feels wonderful. I am the watcher now." I smiled and said, "Good, but don't stop there, because the watcher is still part of the mind." He looked surprised. "Part of the mind?" I said, "Yes. As long as you think you are watching, the I is still there, and the I belongs to the mind. Keep watching until the watcher also disappears." A few weeks later, he returned in silence. He sat before me, eyes closed, breathing slowly, and I could feel that something within him had dissolved. After a long time, he opened his eyes and with tears streaming down his face, whispered, "Now there is no watcher, only watching." That was the moment of awakening. Pure watching is like standing at the center of existence. Everything moves around you, thoughts, sensations, emotions, sounds, but the center remains unmoved. It's not that the world disappears, rather it loses its power to disturb you. The river still flows, but you are not carried by it. The waves still rise and fall, but you are the depth that never changes. In this state, life becomes extraordinarily simple. You don't need to interpret, analyze, or control. You simply see. You see life as it is, raw, pure, alive. And this seeing is transformative. It doesn't change what you see. It changes you. The observer becomes the observed. The seer becomes the seen, and both dissolve into one seamless whole. It's difficult to describe this moment because language belongs to the mind. Words are too small for the immensity of this experience, but I can only point toward it like a finger pointing to the moon. Don't hold on to the finger, look at the moon. When you taste pure watching, even for a single second, you will know what I mean. You will know that you were never the body, never the mind, never the personality you thought you were. You are the silence behind it all, the pure witness of everything that ever was or ever will be. You are not the dreamer, you are the awareness in which the dream appears and disappears. And the beauty of this moment is that it cannot be lost. Once you have seen it, even for a glimpse, it never leaves you. You might forget it for a while, the noise of life may pull you outward again, but the echo of that silence stays with you. It becomes a subtle fragrance, a quiet knowing in the background of your being. You start moving through the world with a different rhythm, slower, softer, lighter. Actions flow without effort. Words come without thought. Laughter arises without reason. You live, but you no longer cling to life. You love, but you no longer possess. You breathe, but it is existence that breathes through you. This is what it means to be truly alive. Life without awareness is half-lived, mechanical, repetitive. But life lived in pure watching becomes a song, a dance, a constant celebration. Every breath becomes sacred, every step becomes prayer. There's no struggle left, no ambition, no desire to become something more. You are complete because the one who was always seeking completion has disappeared. You don't seek peace anymore, you are peace. You don't search for truth anymore, you are truth. You may wonder how to reach this state, but that question comes from the mind, and the mind can never reach it. It's like asking how a shadow can touch the light. You don't reach pure watching through any path, because every path assumes distance, and there is none. You are already there. All that's needed is to stop running away. The moment you stop trying, stop striving, stop doing, pure watching reveals itself like the sunrise that was hidden only by the curtains of effort. Sit silently and look at the sky. Don't call it blue. Don't label it beautiful. Just look. Don't even say you're watching, because the moment you say, I am watching, the watcher is back. Just look without language, without thought, without commentary. In that moment of wordless awareness, you and the sky are not two. You are the seeing itself. That's what I mean by pure watching. And when this watching becomes the very fabric of your being, you'll see that there's no separation between meditation and life. Meditation is not something you do, it is what you are. You carry it into every action, every silence, every breath. The flowers bloom, the rivers flow, the stars move, and through it all you remain still, utterly still. The mind may come and go like passing clouds, but you remain the sky, vast, boundless, eternal. And when you discover this silence within you, when you realize that you are the still point in the turning world, then awareness transforms into something even deeper, something softer, something luminous. It becomes love. Because when there is no you and no other, what remains is pure connection. pure oneness. Awareness without love is incomplete, just as light without warmth is sterile. So now we move deeper into the mystery of how this awareness, this stillness, blossoms into love, into gratitude, into the boundless heart of existence itself. Here is something very subtle yet immensely powerful. When awareness matures, when watching becomes effortless and natural, it begins to overflow as love. Love is not something separate from awareness. It is awareness that has become warm, alive, intimate. Awareness without love is dry like sunlight in a desert. It can illuminate, but it cannot nourish. When awareness becomes love, it becomes like sunlight filtering through the leaves of a tree, soft, gentle, full of life. This love is not a relationship, not an emotion, not a sentiment. It is a fragrance that arises when you are deeply present. The more present you are, the more loving you become. Because in presence there is no separation, no judgment, no barrier between you and existence. You begin to see everything, people, trees, rivers, even stones as part of one great flow. You no longer stand apart from the moment, you melt into it completely, and that melting is love. The mind lives in the past and the future, constantly dividing, constantly rejecting what is. It says, this moment is not enough. I want something else, somewhere else, someone else. It's always chasing what's next, never resting in what's here. But existence knows no other moment than this one. This moment is not a stepping stone to something better, it is the destination itself. The moment you accept this, the moment you stop fighting with what is, a great peace enters your being. That peace is love. Love is acceptance, the capacity to embrace life as it is, without trying to edit it, improve it, or escape it. When you love the present moment, you drop all inner resistance. You stop saying no to existence. And in that instant, existence says yes to you. The conflict ends. The struggle evaporates. You fall into harmony with the whole. It's like a dancer who stops forcing the rhythm and begins to move with the music. Suddenly, the dance becomes graceful, effortless, divine. When you live in resistance, you are like a man rowing upstream, fighting the current, exhausting yourself. When you love the present, you drop the oars and the current carries you. That current is the movement of life. And when you trust it, you discover that it has always been taking you exactly where you needed to go. Once, a man came to me and said, Osho, I can't love myself. I feel incomplete, unworthy, broken. I told him, you cannot love yourself because you keep comparing yourself to who you think you should be. You are at war with your own being. How can love exist where war is? He asked, then how do I love myself? I said, start with acceptance. Look at yourself completely, your anger, your fear, your greed, your tenderness, and say yes. Don't try to change anything. The moment you say yes to your own being, something miraculous happens. The energy that was trapped in resistance begins to flow again. You start to feel whole. The next time he came, his face had softened. He said, "I still have anger, I still have fear, but somehow they don't hurt me anymore." I said, "That's love." Love doesn't mean perfection, it means inclusion. The flower doesn't hurry to bloom. It unfolds when the time is right. It doesn't compare itself to the tree next to it or worry about the rain or the wind. It simply opens to the sun when the moment calls for it. That's how love operates naturally, spontaneously, without expectation. You can't manufacture love. You can't practice it. You can only remove what blocks it: judgment, fear, rejection. The moment you stop resisting the present, love rushes in, because love was never absent. It was only hidden behind your struggle. Love the present moment even when it's uncomfortable, even when it's painful. Pain is not your enemy. It's a teacher disguised as discomfort. It comes to show you where you're still holding on, where you're still saying no. When you welcome it, even pain becomes sacred. Awareness turns pain into understanding, and love turns that understanding into compassion. When you can look at your suffering and say, "Yes, you too belong here," a transformation begins. The pain loses its sting because it's no longer resisted, it's included. And inclusion is healing. Acceptance is not passive. It's the highest form of intelligence. It doesn't mean you stop acting, it means you act from peace, not from conflict. You don't suppress the waves, you learn to surf them. When you are aligned with the present, every action arises from clarity, not from compulsion. You don't push life anymore. You respond to it. You don't chase outcomes. You allow them to unfold. This is the secret of effortless living, doing without the doer, acting without anxiety. When the mind stops fighting, life moves through you like a breeze through open windows. The present moment is always perfect in its imperfection. It contains exactly what you need to awaken. The people you meet, the challenges you face, the emotions that arise, everything is part of the divine curriculum designed for your growth. You may not always see it immediately, but later, when you look back, you'll realize that even the darkest moments were blessings in disguise. The storm that once terrified you becomes the wind that carried you to a higher place. So, begin to love this moment. Whatever it brings, joy or sorrow, clarity or confusion, peace or restlessness, embrace it as a guest. The Sufi mystic Rumi said, "This being human is a guest house." He was right. Every emotion, every experience is a visitor arriving to teach you something about yourself. Don't slam the door on any of them. Let them all come. The moment you stop choosing between them, peace begins to unfold naturally. And when you can love this moment exactly as it is, you'll find that you have stopped asking for peace, because you become peace. You've stopped seeking love because you've become love. That's the alchemy of awareness. Awareness leads to acceptance, acceptance leads to love, and love leads to union. This union is not an achievement. It's a recognition, the realization that you were never separate from existence to begin with. And now, From this deep acceptance of what is, another dimension begins to open, a new flowering of the heart that expands into everything and everyone. Love, when allowed to mature fully, becomes healing. It doesn't just free you, it frees everything it touches. So now, let us move deeper into this love, into the fragrance of compassion, where even the broken begins to shine and every wound becomes a doorway to grace. When love begins to flower within you, it does not come with noise. It does not announce itself with thunder. It enters silently, like dawn touching the mountains. You don't even realize when it begins, only that suddenly you are softer, more alive, more open to everything that comes your way. Love doesn't change what you see, it changes the eyes that see. It is like washing the dust from your vision after lifetimes of blindness. You begin to perceive life not through the lens of judgment, fear, or desire, but through the still, luminous clarity of being. Everything becomes beautiful, not because the world has changed, but because you no longer look through the mind's haze. Love makes you transparent. It takes away the hard crust that has gathered around your heart and leaves you tender, again vulnerable. Yes, but only because you are alive once more. Love is the great healer because it does not try to heal. Healing happens as a natural fragrance of love's presence. When you love yourself truly, deeply, you no longer demand that you be perfect. You stop fighting with your flaws, your shadows, your failures. You start holding them gently, like a mother holds her crying child. And in that tenderness, the wounds begin to close on their own. They do not need fixing. They only need to be seen without shame. Love is the light that allows the hidden to be seen and the broken to be embraced. The moment you stop hiding from yourself, your heart begins to mend. Once, a woman came to me weeping. She said, "Osho, I hate myself. I've made too many mistakes. I've hurt people. I've been selfish, angry, afraid." I listened, then asked her softly, "Have you ever watched how the ocean behaves? It receives the dirty river as lovingly as the clear one. It makes no distinction, no judgment. It simply absorbs, transforms, and becomes more vast because of it. Why can't you be like the ocean?" She was silent, tears falling down her face, but there was light in her eyes. I said, "Don't try to be pure, just be whole." Purity comes from wholeness, not from rejection. That is the alchemy of love. It transforms by inclusion. Whatever love touches, it redeems. Love is not afraid of darkness because it knows darkness is only the absence of seeing. And when you bring the light of love to your darkness, it ceases to be dark. The greatest transformation does not happen when you deny what you are, but when you bring love to what you are. You've been told to conquer your anger, to eliminate your fear, to suppress your desire, but this is foolishness. Conquering only strengthens the enemy. Suppression only buries it deeper. Love is not conquest, it is compassion. Try this. The next time anger rises in you, don't fight it. Don't call it bad. Close your eyes and watch it gently, without resistance. Feel its heat, its pulse, its vibration in your body. Be completely present with it. and then silently say to it, I see you. That's all. Don't judge. Don't interfere, just acknowledge. You'll see that anger is only energy. And as you watch, the energy begins to change its flavor. It becomes warmth, passion, vitality. That's how anger transforms into life energy. The same with fear. When you stop running from fear, when you look it in the eyes and hold it like a trembling child, it begins to relax. Fear turns into awareness. Desire, when watched without greed, becomes creative power. This is the healing that happens through love, not by suppression, but by transmutation. Love doesn't fix anything because nothing is broken. The idea that you are broken is the mind's lie. Love reveals that you were always whole, that every part of you, even the ones you denied, has its place in the great dance of existence. The healing power of love lies in this wholeness. It doesn't divide, it doesn't choose, it embraces everything. When you love yourself, you stop being two, the one who demands and the one who is never enough. You become one, and that oneness is health. Health comes from the word whole, to be whole, not divided. And when you love yourself, something unexpected happens. Your love begins to overflow into others. Not because you try to love others, not because it's your duty or your morality, but because the heart that's full cannot contain itself. It starts pouring naturally. You look at people and you see yourself in them. Their pain feels like your pain. Their joy becomes your joy. There is no effort in this compassion. It's as natural as fragrance flowing from a flower. You don't need to preach love. You become love. Love doesn't mean doing something for others. It means seeing others as extensions of yourself. You see that they too are fighting their wars, carrying their wounds, seeking peace in confusion. And when you look at them with understanding, something melts. You stop expecting them to be perfect because you no longer expect perfection in yourself. This is how love heals the world quietly, invisibly. Every time you forgive yourself, you make it easier to forgive others. Every time you embrace your shadow, you bring light to the collective shadow of humanity. Healing yourself is not selfish, it is service to the whole. The world is wounded because it has forgotten love. People have become machines, efficient but empty. They act out of fear and call it ambition. They compete and call it success. They suppress and call it strength. And yet, beneath all of that, the heart aches to be held, to be seen, to be allowed. You can be that holding, that seeing, that allowing, not through effort, but through presence. When you love, you become a mirror in which others can see their own beauty reflected back to them. You become the medicine the world forgot it had within itself. Love heals not through action, but through being. If you simply sit silently, full of love, your silence will heal more than 1,000 words ever could. Love doesn't need language. It communicates through presence, through vibration, through energy. Sometimes the most healing thing you can do is nothing at all, just to be there, open, accepting, without trying to change or fix anyone. Love is the space in which transformation happens naturally, and as this love deepens, it turns into something even more refined, more subtle, more luminous, it becomes gratitude. Gratitude is the purest form of love, love without object. When you no longer need anyone or anything to love, when love becomes your natural state, it turns into thankfulness for existence itself. Gratitude is love that has become prayer, and this prayer doesn't have words. It is the silent bow of your heart before the mystery of life. Let us now move into this next unfolding the fragrance of gratitude. For when love begins to overflow, when it stops being a relationship and becomes your very breath, it transforms into the silent song of thankfulness. Gratitude is not an act, it's the heartbeat of awareness itself. There comes a moment when love, having flowed long enough through the riverbed of your being, begins to reach the ocean, and as it reaches, it turns into something even deeper, even more boundless. That something is gratitude. Gratitude is not an emotion like joy or sadness, nor a polite gesture of manners. It is the fragrance that arises when the heart has completely surrendered to life, when there is no more complaint, when resistance has dissolved, when love has ripened into acceptance. What remains is pure thankfulness. You no longer say thank you because something good has happened, you say it because you exist. Gratitude is not a reaction. It is the very rhythm of existence flowing through a conscious being. It's the soft hum of the heart that has finally understood that everything, even pain, even loss, even death, has been a secret gift. You see, gratitude doesn't need reasons. The mind always asks for reasons. Why should I be grateful? What do I have to thank for? The heart knows no such questions. It beats in gratitude simply because it beats. It breathes because life breathes through it. When you truly become aware, you realize that every breath is a miracle, the air entering your body, nourishing your cells, sustaining the flame of life within you. You've taken millions of breaths in your lifetime and never once thanked existence for this. Continuous, invisible act of love. When awareness deepens, you begin to notice this silent generosity of life, and gratitude blossoms on its own. Gratitude is the bridge between the visible and the invisible. It connects the finite to the infinite. When you feel grateful, your energy expands beyond the boundaries of the ego. Gratitude melts separation, because in gratitude there is no I left to compare, no you left to blame. Gratitude sees the whole, the dance of opposites, the harmony behind apparent chaos, the light hidden in shadow. When you look back at your life through the eyes of gratitude, you begin to see that even the moments you called failures were necessary, that even the tears had their beauty, that every heartbreak was secretly opening you towards something greater. Gratitude is the wisdom of the heart that sees perfection where the mind sees mistake. Once a man came to me and said, "Osho, I try to be grateful, but my life is full of suffering. How can I thank existence when everything seems to be going wrong?" I smiled and said, "You can start small. Don't try to be grateful for everything, just one thing. The breath you are taking now, the sunlight touching your face, the sound of the birds outside, start there. Gratitude grows like a seed. Water it every day with awareness, and it will one day fill your entire being." A few weeks later, he returned, and his face had changed. He said, something has shifted. I still have the same problems, but I don't feel burdened by them anymore. I feel light, as if life itself is carrying me. I said, that's gratitude. It doesn't take away pain. It transforms it. When you are grateful, even your suffering becomes sacred. Gratitude doesn't erase life's challenges. It changes your relationship with them. You begin to see that suffering is not punishment. It's purification. It's the fire that burns away all that's false so the real can emerge. You stop asking, why me? And start whispering, thank you. Not because you enjoy pain, but because you understand its purpose. Gratitude turns every experience into a teacher, every obstacle into a stepping stone. The world no longer feels like a threat. It becomes a companion in your awakening. In deep gratitude, a silence begins to descend upon you, not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of fullness. You feel as though your heart has become a temple and existence itself is praying through you. There's no priest, no ritual, no words, only a quiet vibration of thankfulness. This is what I call the silent prayer. When you live in gratitude, your entire life becomes prayer. Walking becomes prayer. Eating becomes prayer. Breathing becomes prayer. You don't need to go to any temple or church, because you have discovered the true temple within the temple of awareness filled with the incense of love. Have you ever watched a tree in autumn when its leaves begin to fall? The tree doesn't resist. It lets go gracefully, beautifully. There's no sadness, no complaint, only a silent surrender to the cycle of life. And in spring, new leaves come again. That's gratitude. The tree knows that what leaves must leave and what comes must come. Gratitude is not a forced positivity. It's the acceptance of the rhythm of existence, the knowing that life moves in seasons and every season has its own gift. Gratitude also dissolves the illusion of ownership. You begin to see that nothing is truly yours, not your body, not your possessions, not even your thoughts. Everything is borrowed, gifted, flowing through you for a time before returning to the source. When you realize this, greed vanishes and in its place arises generosity. You start giving easily because you understand that you never truly owned anything to begin with. Gratitude makes you humble, not the humility of submission, but the humility of wonder. You stand before existence with open hands, not clenched fists. You no longer demand, you receive. You no longer pray for things, you pray through being. The moment you live in gratitude, you become magnetic. Life begins to pour itself into you because you are no longer resisting its flow. Existence loves to give, but it cannot give to those whose hands are closed in complaint. When you say thank you for what you have, the universe responds by giving you more to thank for. It's not a transaction, it's resonance. Gratitude tunes you to the frequency of abundance. You stop feeling separate from the source, and suddenly you realize you were never separate at all. Gratitude is the final flowering of love. Love without object, love without direction, love that is not dependent on receiving anything in return. It's the state of overflowing joy that asks for nothing and gives everything. In this state, life becomes effortless. because you no longer stand against it. You no longer argue with the moment. You move with it. Every breath becomes a celebration, every heartbeat a song. And when this gratitude deepens, when it becomes the very air you breathe, it opens the door to something even greater: unity. Gratitude dissolves the last barrier between you and existence. The moment of thankfulness expands into the realization that there is no one to thank and nothing to be thankful for, because you and existence are one. The prayer dissolves into the presence. The singer and the song become inseparable. From here, the path naturally leads to the ultimate disappearance of separation, the dissolution of the ego into the whole, where the drop finally realizes that it was always the ocean. If you look closely, you will see that all suffering is born out of one illusion, the illusion of separation. The moment you begin to think that you are apart from existence, apart from the trees, the stars, the wind, the people around you, a great fear enters your being. That fear becomes the seed of the ego. The ego is nothing but the trembling of that separation, a wound that keeps whispering, "You are alone, you must survive, you must defend, you must prove." From that single misperception, the entire architecture of human misery rises. The ego is not a thing. It's a shadow created when consciousness forgets itself. It's not real, but oh, how convincing it can be. You've been taught to worship this shadow as your identity, your name, your face, your achievements, your story. You've built temples around this illusion, and in protecting it, you have forgotten the reality that it hides. The ego calls itself I, but it is a borrowed I. It's a collection of memories, opinions, desires, and fears stitched together so tightly that you've begun to believe it's a single thread. The real I, your being, is not stitched. It's seamless, whole, and eternal. But the mind prefers division. It thrives on fragmentation, because in division, it can exist. Unity is death for the ego. That's why it keeps you busy comparing, competing, condemning, justifying anything that keeps the illusion alive. But the moment you turn inward, the moment you look for the ego itself, it begins to vanish. It cannot be found because it was never there. The ego is like darkness. It appears real until you bring in light. Once a man came to me trembling with anxiety. He said, "Osho, I don't know who I am anymore. I feel like I am disappearing." I smiled and said, "Congratulations, the false is dying. Don't be afraid. The one who can die is not you," he said. "But if I disappear, what will remain?" I said, "The same that was there before you were born, pure consciousness." He looked at me in silence and tears filled his eyes. The fear of losing yourself is the ego's last defense. But once you see that it's only a defense, the fear becomes laughter, because you realize you can't lose what you never had. The ego is like a rope mistaken for a snake in the dark. You see it and jump in fear. Your heart races, your body tenses, your mind screams danger. But then someone brings a lamp, and in that light you laugh. The snake was never there. The danger was an illusion created by misunderstanding. So it is with the ego. The darkness of unconsciousness makes you believe you are separate. But when the light of awareness shines, you see that you were always one with the whole. The fear, the struggle, the ambition all vanish, and in their place arises an effortless peace. You've been trying to destroy the ego. But destruction is the ego's favorite game. It keeps you entangled in opposition. You can't fight something that's not real. Fighting it only gives it more reality. The ego thrives on struggle. The moment you try to overcome it, you've already given it a new identity. The spiritual ego, the one who wants to be free. Beware, the ego can wear the robes of holiness as easily as it wore the masks of greed and pride. It will whisper to you, now you're special because you're enlightened. But enlightenment and specialness can never coexist. The truth makes you ordinary, utterly ordinary, because you realize that the same consciousness flows through everyone. There is no higher or lower, no holier or more sinful. Only the play of one divine energy taking countless forms. When you see this clearly, you stop trying to become someone. The obsession with becoming drops away. And in that dropping, you discover the joy of simply being. The eye that was constantly chasing becomes still, and the stillness reveals your true face. You were never separate, never lost. You only dreamed that you were. And that dream felt real because you never woke up long enough to question it. Meditation is waking up from that dream. The moment you awaken, you realize that there was never any wall between you and existence. The wall was built of thought, belief, identification. And when thought ceases, the wall falls like mist under the morning sun. In that falling, something miraculous happens. You begin to see the same light shining in all beings, in the laughter of a child, in the song of a bird, in the eyes of a stranger, even in the stillness of a stone. The ego sees only difference, but awareness sees the same essence everywhere. The heart that has awakened knows that there are no others. Every face is a mirror. Every encounter is a reflection of the one consciousness looking back at itself. When this realization dawns, love is no longer a choice, it becomes your nature. You can no longer harm anyone because you would be harming yourself. Compassion arises not as a discipline, but as spontaneity. Look around you right now, the trees, the air, the distant hum of life, all of it is breathing the same breath you are breathing. The same life is pulsating in every leaf, every heart, every drop of rain. When you sit silently and let this truth sink in, you begin to feel that you are not sitting in the world is sitting within you. Everything you thought was out there is happening within your consciousness. The mountains, the stars, the people, the past, the future, all are movements within the infinite ocean that you are. The ego was just a wave that forgot the ocean, a small ripple claiming independence. But the wave is made of ocean. How could it ever be separate? And once this truth penetrates your being, once the false center crumbles, an incredible freedom emerges, a freedom you've never known before. Because the one who was bound was never real. It was the dream of the ego that suffered. It was the shadow that longed for light. You were always free, but you couldn't believe it. You were always whole, but you couldn't feel it. The ego kept whispering, you are incomplete, You must become something more. Now the whisper is gone, and in its absence, there is silence, vast, eternal silence. That silence is not emptiness. It's fullness beyond measure. It's the fullness of being one with all things. And as this truth deepens, the separation between you and existence becomes thinner and thinner until it disappears completely. There's no longer a seeker or a sought, a lover or a beloved. Only love remains, flowing endlessly, effortlessly through the infinite expanse of being. And from this realization, the next understanding naturally unfolds. If there is no separate self, then what you call death is also an illusion. Because who is there to die? What is there to lose? The wave returns to the ocean, but did it ever leave? Let us move deeper into this realization of oneness, into the vast ocean where the wave and the water are the same, where fear dissolves and the eternal song of unity begins to sing through every heartbeat. When you begin to see through the illusion of the ego, something inside you starts to loosen. It's as if the knot that held you together, that constant tension of me and mine, begins to untie itself, thread by thread, gently, almost imperceptibly. At first, this loosening can feel strange, even frightening, because the ego has been your anchor, your definition, your sense of control. You have lived for so long believing that you are the wave, that you are a small, separate entity, struggling to stay afloat amidst the vastness of life's ocean. You've spent lifetimes trying to maintain your shape, your individuality, terrified of merging, terrified of disappearing. But once you see that the wave and the ocean are made of the same essence, fear begins to lose its power. How can the wave fear the ocean when it has never been anything else? You are not separate from existence. You never have been. You are a movement within it, a rhythm in its song, a single breath in its infinite exhalation. The mind divides, saying, "This is me. That is the world. This is mine. That is yours." But existence knows no boundaries. The same energy that blooms as a flower also beats within your heart. The same silence that fills the night sky lives behind your thoughts. The same consciousness that moves the stars breathes through your body. When this is understood, even intellectually at first, something subtle shifts within you. You begin to soften, to trust, to let go. You stop fighting the tide. The wave has no separate destiny from the ocean. Its rise and fall are the ocean's breathing. But the wave forgets. It begins to believe, "I am special. I must rise higher than the others. I must not disappear." It struggles, competes, crashes, and reforms endlessly, needlessly. It lives in anxiety because it believes its existence is temporary, that death is an end, that merging means loss. But the truth is the opposite. Merging is not death, it is homecoming. To dissolve into the ocean is to return to what you have always been: vast, eternal, whole. Once I told a disciple, imagine a drop of rain falling from the sky into the ocean. The moment it falls, it disappears, at least from the perspective of the drop. But from the perspective of the ocean, it has expanded beyond measure. It has not lost itself. It has become the whole. He asked, but Osho, doesn't the drop lose its individuality? I said, yes, but individuality is a cage. The ocean doesn't destroy the drop, it liberates it. The ego fears this liberation because it thrives only in limitation. It can only exist in opposition. Without walls, it cannot define itself. That's why the ego resists surrender with all its might. It tells you stories of how you will vanish, how you will become nothing, how your life will lose meaning. And yet, the moment you let go, you discover that you lost nothing. You've only lost your boundaries. Surrender is not destruction, it is expansion. It is not the death of identity, it is the birth of infinity. When you surrender, when you stop pretending to be separate, a great joy rises from within, not the joy of achievement, but the joy of remembrance. You realize that the ocean was never apart from you. You've always been carried by it, supported by it, surrounded by it. You've been the ocean pretending to be a wave just for the play of it. Existence hides itself in form so it can enjoy the dance of rediscovery. The wave's journey is not to become the ocean, it's to remember it was never anything else. Once this remembrance happens, everything changes. The fear of death evaporates. How can death touch you when you were never born? The wave arises, yes, but the ocean remains. The wave falls, yes, but the ocean continues. The forms change, the essence stays untouched. Birth and death are just ripples in the eternal sea. You are not the ripple, you are the sea. And when you begin to live from this realization, life becomes a play. You laugh more easily. You forgive effortlessly. You let go naturally. There is no longer the desperate grasping to hold on to things, people, or moments. You let them come and go like waves, knowing that everything returns to the same source. Love deepens, but it becomes free of possession. Compassion expands, but it's no longer burdened with pity. Joy arises without reason, because you no longer need a reason to be. Existence itself is reason enough. A time comes when even the distinction between inner and outer dissolves. The world you once thought was out there is no longer separate from what's in here. You see that it was all one field of consciousness, vibrating in different patterns, reflecting different shades of the same light. The bird singing outside is not outside, it's happening within the same awareness that reads these words. The wind moving through the trees is the same breath moving through your lungs. There is no inside, no outside, only the seamless flow of being. This understanding brings with it an immense peace, but also an immense humility. You no longer stand at the center of the universe because there is no center. You are both the center and the circumference. You are not the observer of life. You are life observing itself. This is the mystery that no philosophy can grasp, no religion can monopolize. The mystics of every tradition have spoken of it, but words can only point toward it like a finger pointing to the moon. The truth is in the silence between the words, and yet, even as the boundaries dissolve, something beautiful remains: individuality without separation. Just as every wave has its own shape, its own rhythm, its own dance, every being has its unique expression. You don't lose your uniqueness when you merge with the ocean. You simply stop mistaking it for isolation. You can still laugh, create, love, express, but now it all flows from the whole. The ego used to act out of fear. Now life acts through you out of freedom. You become an instrument, a flute through which existence plays its song. And what is song? It is vast, spontaneous, unpredictable, eternal. And once this song begins to play through you, once you have felt yourself as the ocean, compassion naturally becomes your fragrance. Because how can you harm another when you know there are no others? How can you hate when you see your own face in every being? Compassion is the perfume of oneness, effortless, unforced, arising like the scent of a flower. It's not a virtue to practice. It's the fragrance of realization. And from that compassion, a new way of living is born, one of simplicity, reverence, and grace. Let us move now into that space, into the realization of living in unity, where compassion ceases to be an ideal and becomes your very breath, where love is not a choice but a condition of existence, and where you no longer serve others because you have realized there are no others at all. When the wave remembers that it is the ocean, when the illusion of separateness melts like mist in morning light, a new way of living begins, a life that is no longer divided between you and existence, between self and other, between doing and being. You begin to live not as a person moving through the world, but as life itself, flowing effortlessly through all things. You wake in the morning, and it is not you who wakes, it is the universe awakening in a human form. You take a breath, and it is not you who breathes, it is existence inhaling itself. You look at the trees outside, the sunlight touching their leaves, and something in you bows in recognition. For you are seeing your own body in another form. There is no observer and no observed. The boundary that once divided you from everything else has dissolved. Life has reclaimed you. To live in unity is to live without walls, without fear, without the constant need to protect and defend. It doesn't mean you lose your boundaries in a psychological sense. It means you no longer live from them. The ego was a fortress built out of ignorance, a defense against the illusion of otherness. But when that illusion falls, the walls crumble, and suddenly the breeze of existence moves freely through you. You become transparent, so transparent that life shines through you unhindered. People will look into your eyes and feel something they can't explain. They'll say, there is peace here, or there is something alive in you. But what they are seeing is not in you, it is you, or rather, it is life itself, flowing without obstruction. This is why compassion is not something you cultivate, it's something that happens when the boundaries of the ego dissolve. When you realize that there are no others, compassion becomes as natural as breathing. You cannot hurt anyone because you would be hurting yourself. You cannot hate because you would be poisoning your own blood. Compassion doesn't come from moral effort. It comes from understanding. When you see that everything is part of you, love ceases to be a verb. It becomes your very nature. You can't stop it any more than a flame can stop shining. And this compassion is not soft or sentimental. It's fierce in its truth, sharp in its clarity. It sees the whole of life, the birth, the death, the joy, the pain, and it says yes to all of it. Compassion doesn't hide from suffering. It embraces it, because it knows that suffering too is part of the dance. When you are one with the whole, even the thorns have their purpose. Even the storms have their beauty. The enlightened man does not try to escape the world, he dances in it. His steps are light because they are not burdened by I and mine. He moves through life as the wind moves through the trees freely, silently, leaving music in its wake. Once a monk came to me and said, "Osho, how can I serve others?" I laughed softly and told him, "There are no others." He looked puzzled. So I said, "When you pour water into the ocean, are you serving the ocean? Or are you simply being the ocean? When you breathe, are you serving your lungs? Or are you simply being life itself? Don't serve, be. Let compassion move through you, but don't call it service. Service has a giver and a receiver. Compassion has only flow." He sat silently for a while, then his eyes filled with tears. He said, "Then all this time I was trying to be good. I was still separate." I smiled and said, "Yes, and now you see, even your goodness was part of the illusion. Drop the goodness, drop the badness, and be the whole." Living in unity means living without conflict. You no longer struggle to reconcile opposites, light and dark, joy and sorrow, life and death, because you see they are not opposites. They are two sides of one coin, two notes in one song. Without death, life would have no depth. Without night, the stars would be unseen. Without pain, compassion could not be born. You see the perfection of the whole, and in that seeing, the need to choose disappears. You stop asking why and start saying thank you. The mind that once divided everything into good and bad, right and wrong, holy and unholy, finally rests. It sees that everything belongs. Living in unity doesn't mean withdrawing from the world. It means being fully in it, but without being entangled. You can live, love, work, laugh, yet remain untouched, like a lotus in water. The world still moves around you, but it no longer disturbs your inner sky. Even in chaos, there is an underlying order. Even in noise, there is hidden silence. You can walk through a crowd and feel the same peace as you do in the mountains. Because peace is not a condition of your surroundings. It is the nature of your awareness. When unity becomes your way of being, even time begins to lose its grip on you. The past and the future dissolve into this eternal now. You stop measuring your life in years and start feeling it in moments. Every moment becomes complete, whole, sufficient. You no longer live for something. You live as something, as awareness, as love, as presence. It's like a candle that doesn't burn to reach light. It burns because it is light. You don't live to reach peace. You live because you are peace. In this unity, Relationships also transform. Love is no longer a transaction, no longer a need-seeking fulfillment, no longer a cage of expectation. You stop loving for something, for security, for attention, for comfort. You love because love is the natural overflow of your being. You don't seek to complete yourself through another because you've already discovered that there was never anything missing. Two whole beings meeting in love create not dependency, but celebration. There's no fear of losing because there's nothing to lose. You can let go completely, and paradoxically, it's in that letting go that love deepens infinitely. In unity, even the smallest gestures become sacred. A smile shared with a stranger, the act of listening without judgment, the simple presence of being fully here, these become the true rituals of worship. You no longer pray through words. Your life itself becomes prayer. You no longer seek the divine. You live it. You no longer need religion. You become the temple. God is no longer an idea to believe in. He is the very breath moving through your chest, the very silence between your thoughts. And as this understanding matures, something even more profound begins to unfold, a deep silence, a vast stillness that underlies everything. You realize that even unity, even love, even compassion are expressions of something greater, is still the silence from which all things arise and to which all things return. In this silence, even oneness dissolves, because oneness still implies two, the one and the awareness of one. But when silence comes, even that disappears. Only the infinite remains, not the infinite of space or time, but the infinite that has no opposite, no beginning, no end. Let us now enter that silence, not by seeking it, not by trying to create it, but by resting in the awareness that has always been there, waiting patiently behind every sound, every thought, every heartbeat. The silence that is not absence, but presence. The silence that is not empty, but full. There comes a point on this path when even the language of unity begins to fade, when love itself becomes too small a word, when awareness no longer feels like something you do, but rather something that is simply happening by itself. And from this point onward, everything begins to fall away into silence. I do not mean the silence, the absence of noise, or the pause between sounds. No, the silence I speak of is not the opposite of sound. It is the essence of both sound and silence. It is the eternal background, the invisible canvas upon which the entire painting of existence unfolds. It is the space that holds everything, the laughter of a child, the cry of pain, the movement of clouds, the birth and the death of worlds, and yet remains untouched by any of it. You have known this silence before, though you have forgotten. You have touched it in moments when time stood still, when you watched a sunset without thinking, when love took your breath away, when death brushed close and you realized that something in you was untouchable. That is the silence I speak of, not something to achieve, but something to remember. In this silence, thought begins to slow down naturally, like ripples fading after a stone has been thrown into a pond. You no longer fight with thoughts because you no longer identify with them. They move across your awareness like clouds drifting across the endless sky. And as you rest deeper, you begin to see that even thoughts are made of silence, that every sound arises from silence, and returns to it. You realize that silence is not the absence of sound, but the source of it. Just as waves arise and dissolve back into the ocean, every thought, every word, every heartbeat arises from this eternal stillness and returns to it. You don't have to seek this silence, it's already here, humming beneath every moment. The more you try to find it, the further you move away from it. The effort itself becomes noise. So, stop seeking, sit quietly, breathe, and allow everything to be as it is. Don't label, don't judge, don't reach for meaning, just be. Slowly, the mind begins to lose its grip. The tension of I starts to dissolve. There's no meditator left, no one doing meditation. There's only meditation itself, unfolding effortlessly like a flower opening to the sun. Once a disciple asked me, "Osho, how will I know when I've entered the true silence?" I said, "When the one asking the question disappears." He said, "But won't I vanish?" I laughed and said, "Yes, but what remains will be what you truly are." The silence beyond thought is not death, it is rebirth. It's not nothingness, it's everythingness. In that silence, you don't disappear, you expand. You stop being a point and become the whole field. You stop being a drop and become the ocean. The silence I speak of is alive. It vibrates with an intelligence so profound that words can only tremble before it. To enter this silence, you must allow the mind to die its natural death. Don't resist it. Don't interfere. Thoughts will come, let them come. Emotions will arise, let them arise. They are part of the dissolution. Don't be afraid of emptiness. It's not a void, it's the womb of creation. In emptiness, life renews itself. In silence, truth whispers. And when that whisper is heard, you'll understand why all the masters, all the saints, all the awakened ones have said that words are lies, not because they deceive intentionally, but because they can never contain what is infinite. This silence is not cold, it's warm with presence. It's not lonely, it's full of communion. You begin to feel an intimacy with existence that words like connection can't describe. The trees, the wind, the stars, everything seems to breathe with you. You look at a flower and you no longer see a flower, you see silence in bloom. You look at the night sky and no longer see distance, you see stillness shining. Even movement becomes silence in motion. You realize that the entire universe is an expression of silence dancing, that creation itself is silence, playing hide and seek with itself. But to know this silence, you must be willing to vanish. You must be willing to die before you die. You must allow everything false to fall away, your beliefs, your philosophies, your search for meaning. Meaning is of the mind, silence needs none. The mind asks, why? Silence says, because. The mind demands, what now? Silence smiles and replies, now. Sit with this silence and let it soak into you like rain into dry earth. Don't try to possess it. You can't. You can't carry silence. You can only dissolve into it. And as you dissolve, something extraordinary happens. Life begins to live you. You no longer walk through life. Life walks through you. You no longer breathe. Existence breathes through you. And in that seamless flow, You know for the first time what it means to be whole. This silence beyond thought is the highest meditation, the most sacred prayer, the purest truth. It is the end of seeking and the beginning of seeing. You no longer look for God, because you have realized that silence itself is God, not a person, not a power, but the eternal stillness that underlies all creation. The one who was searching has disappeared, and in his absence, the divine reveals itself simple, quiet, radiant. And yet, even here, another revelation awaits, for when silence ripens fully, it begins to sing. You start to hear the music that has always been playing, the music of the stars, the rhythm of your breath, the heartbeat of existence itself. It is not sound as the ear hears it, but harmony as the soul feels it. Let us now move into that next unfolding, into the subtle vibration of stillness, the music of silence that turns even the void into a song. When you begin to sink deep enough into silence, you start to hear something beyond sound, not the noises of the world or the words of the mind, but the soft vibration of existence itself. It is a music without instruments, a rhythm without movement, a song without a singer. The mystics of every age have tried to describe it. The Sufis called it Saut-i-Sarmat, the unstruck sound. The Upanishads called it Anahata Nada, the eternal hum that was never created and will never end. But these are only names. What it truly is cannot be named. It's the pulse of being, the heartbeat of the cosmos, the silent resonance that holds all creation together. You cannot hear it with your ears, because your ears are too full of noise. You can only hear it with your whole being, when every part of you has become quiet enough to listen. When you close your eyes in deep stillness, when the chatter of the mind finally exhausts itself, a subtle humming begins to arise within you, almost imperceptible at first, like the sound of distant bees on a warm afternoon, or the wind brushing against an ancient temple bell that no one has touched in centuries. That sound is not coming from outside. It's the song of your own essence. It's the vibration of life itself, echoing through every atom of your existence. The entire universe is singing this same song. Every tree, every grain of sand, every star in the sky hums with this sacred resonance. You were born from it, you live within it, and one day you will dissolve back into it. This is what the poets have always tried to express through words that never quite capture it. When you hear this music, you understand why the birds sing, why the rivers flow, why the planets dance in their orbits. They are not doing these things, they are being done by the same cosmic rhythm that moves through you. Existence is a symphony, and you are both the instrument and the melody. The only reason you cannot hear it is because you are too busy making your own noise, playing your own tune of desire, fear, ambition, and regret. When you stop, when you let go, the great music begins to play itself through you. It's said that when Krishna played his flute, the whole world stopped. Even the trees leaned in to listen, and the animals forgot their hunger. But the flute was only a metaphor. The real flute is your being, and the breath that moves through it is the divine. The moment you become hollow, empty of thought, empty of ego, existence begins to play through you. You are no longer the musician, you are the music. You are no longer the dancer, you are the dance. This is why I say, don't try to control life, let life play through you. The melody it creates will be far more beautiful than anything you could ever compose. In deep silence, this music of stillness becomes your constant companion. You begin to hear it even in the midst of noise. It's not that the noise disappears. It simply becomes part of the music. The sound of rain on the roof, the laughter of children, even the clamor of the marketplace, all blend seamlessly into this eternal harmony. You realize that nothing disturbs silence. Everything arises out of it and returns to it. The world doesn't interrupt your meditation, it is your meditation. Life itself becomes an orchestra of divinity, each note perfect, each moment complete. When this awareness dawns, something inside you melts completely. The tension of trying to understand disappears. The need to interpret ends. You no longer listen to the music with your mind, you are the listening itself. There is no listener, no sound, only listening. And in that listening, you dissolve. The boundaries between inner and outer vanish. There is no in here hearing out there. The whole universe becomes one continuous vibration. And you are that vibration. This is what the Buddha meant when he spoke of nirvana, not a place of nothingness, but the end of division, the end of noise. It's the recognition that existence is already perfect, already whole, already singing the song of eternity. Sometimes in this silence, tears may fall without reason. Don't stop them, they are not sadness, they are grace. When the heart hears this music, it cannot remain closed. It opens like a flower under sunlight. You feel immense gratitude, not for anything in particular, but simply because you are part of something so vast, so beautiful, so utterly beyond comprehension. You realize that even your longing for peace, your search for God, your desire for love, all of it was this music trying to find its way back to itself through you. You were never separate from it. You were the forgotten note returning to the melody. You may ask, Osho, can I stay in this silence forever? And I say, you don't need to, you are it forever. Even when you move, even when you speak, even when you laugh, the silence remains untouched. It's not something you go into and come out of. It's what you've always been. Silence is not an experience you have, it's the ground of all experience. The silence that hears me now is the same silence that heard the first cry of life on this planet and will hear the last whisper of the stars. It was there before creation and will remain after dissolution. Let this truth sink deeply into your being, that silence is not the opposite of life. It is life's very essence. The music of stillness is the heartbeat of existence. Every time you close your eyes and fall into it, you are returning home. And once you know this home, you can never be lost again. You will carry the music with you wherever you go. You will walk through the world as a melody of peace, and everything you touch will begin to hum in tune. And yet, even this sacred music is not the end, for beyond the music, beyond the vibration, beyond even the silence itself, there lies something still greater, the eternal witness. The space in which silence appears and disappears, the awareness that knows even stillness. It cannot be heard, it cannot be seen, it cannot be known as an object, for it is the one who knows. It is the one who listens to the music of stillness. It is the witness that was never born and will never die. Let us move now into that, the eternal witness, where even silence bows down and dissolves into the infinite. When the music fades into itself, when even the sweetness of silence becomes too loud, there arises something so subtle, so vast, that it cannot be grasped by the mind at all. It is not sound, it is not silence, it is not light, it is not darkness, it is the pure witness that perceives them all. You can neither find it nor lose it, for it was never born and therefore can never die. It is not something you can reach because it is what you already are, and yet for lifetimes you have been looking everywhere else, mistaking reflections for the source, mistaking the mirror for the face. This witness has always been present. It was there when you were a child, when you laughed, when you cried, when you slept, when you dreamed, when you loved, when you suffered, and it is here now, watching as these words flow through your awareness. It watched your first breath and it will watch your last, and even then it will not end. It is not part of time. Time happens within it. It is not bound by space. Space unfolds inside it. To realize the eternal witness is not to acquire knowledge, but to wake from a dream. For lifetimes you have been hypnotized by movement, thoughts, emotions, sensations, desires, all passing clouds across the open sky of your being. You have chased them, believed them, fought them, loved them, feared them, and in that chasing you forgot the sky itself. But clouds come and go, the sky remains untouched. This witness is that sky, pure, open, boundless. Nothing sticks to it. No storm can scar it. Even the darkest night cannot dim it. You are not the shifting weather of the mind. You are the unchanging vastness in which it appears and disappears. Once a disciple came to me and asked, "Osho, who am I when all else falls away?" I said, "You are the one who sees even the falling away." He said, "But if everything disappears, won't I disappear too?" I smiled and said, "Try it. Let everything go, your body, your name, your memories, your identity, your thoughts, let them all fall like leaves in autumn. What remains? That which cannot fall, that which has no opposite, that which simply is." He sat in silence for a long time, and when he opened his eyes again, there was a depth there that had not been there before. He whispered, "There is no one left." I said, "Yes, and that no one is your true self." You see, the witness is not personal. It has no name, no shape, no history. It doesn't belong to you, you belong to it. You've been calling it my consciousness, but it's not yours. You are its. The body changes, the mind changes, the seasons of your life change, but this witnessing remains constant, always in the background, silent, unchanging, watching. You can ignore it, but you can never lose it. It is the only thing that has ever been truly yours, though even calling it yours is too much, for it is beyond possession. When you rest in this witness, a profound freedom arises, not the freedom to do, but the freedom to be. You no longer identify with the mind's games, the body's pleasures and pains, the heart's fluctuations. You begin to see them as movements on the surface of awareness, ripples that come and go. The witness does not interfere. It doesn't need to. It allows everything to be exactly as it is. You laugh and the witness watches. You cry and the witness watches. You fall in love and the witness watches. You die, and even then the witness remains. This is the eternal security humanity has always been searching for in the wrong places, in wealth, in relationships, in power, in fame. All those are fragile because they depend on what changes. The witness depends on nothing. To live as the witness is to live in absolute ease. You still act, but action no longer binds you. You still feel, but feelings no longer possess you. You still think, but thoughts no longer define you. You move through life like a clear mirror, reflecting everything, clinging to nothing. This is what the Zen masters mean when they speak of being ordinary. The extraordinary is not in the events of life, it is in the awareness that pervades them. Whether you are eating or sleeping, walking or talking, there's a silent knowing behind it all. You become a watcher on the hill, high above the valley of thoughts and emotions. The clouds pass, the storms come, but you remain untouched, serene, unmovable. And yet, paradoxically, this witness is not cold or detached. It is not an indifferent observer. It is pure love, pure intelligence, pure light. It watches not with judgment, but with compassion. It embraces everything it perceives, because it knows everything is itself. The watcher is not separate from what is watched. It's the consciousness that takes the form of both. The dream and the dreamer are one. This is why I say, when you know the witness, you know God not as a person sitting in the heavens, but as this silent awareness watching through all eyes, breathing through all beings, existing in every heartbeat. There comes a moment when even the act of witnessing disappears. In the beginning, you feel, I am the watcher. And that's a necessary step. It separates you from identification. But as your understanding deepens, even the I of the watcher begins to dissolve. You realize that witnessing happens on its own. There's no one doing it. Just as breathing happens, just as the heart beats, witnessing simply is. In that moment, the circle completes itself. The seeker and the sought, the observer and the observed merge into one infinite presence. That is the end of all duality, the end of I and you, of this and that. The eternal witness swallows everything, including itself, leaving only the pure, undivided reality that has no name and no boundary. And when this happens, you understand that peace was never something to attain. It was the nature of the witness all along. You realize that you never moved an inch from home. You only imagined the journey. All the seeking, all the meditations, all the questions dissolve into one silent understanding. You were never lost. You were only dreaming that you were. The dreamer has awakened and the dream continues, but now it is transparent, weightless, luminous, So sit now, not as a seeker, not as a meditator, but as the eternal witness itself. Don't try to reach anywhere. You have already arrived. Don't try to do anything. Everything is already happening in perfect harmony. Let life move through you. Let silence breathe through you. Let the stars and the seasons dance their dance while you remain the unmoving center around which all things turn. This is freedom. This is truth. This is what you have always been. You do not fall asleep by force, you fall asleep by surrender. Sleep is not something you do, it is something that happens when you stop doing. Tonight, I will not teach you how to sleep, I will show you how to disappear gently into silence. In these moments together, I will not give you information, I will give you a space. A space where the body rests deeply, the mind softens, and awareness slowly opens like a flower at night. You will learn how to listen not to me, but to the silence between my words. That silence will heal you more deeply than any thought can. Each word is a gentle invitation to return home to yourself, to the peace that was never lost, only forgotten. You have been told that peace comes from control of your thoughts, your breath, your world. But peace is not control, peace is release. You try to sleep, and the trying itself keeps you awake. You fill your nights with thoughts, music, distractions, yet still the emptiness hums beneath it all. Tonight, I will help you see that your restlessness is not your enemy. It is simply energy knocking, asking to be witnessed, asking to return to stillness. In this way, we do not fight the mind, we befriend it. And when you befriend the mind, even chaos becomes calm. And so in this time we share. I will guide you through a gentle unfolding from thought to stillness, from tension to release, from wakefulness into the soft light of awareness. We will move through layers, the body, the breath, the mind, the watcher. You will hear my words, and slowly they will disappear, leaving only the silence behind them. That silence is the true meditation, the true rest. Do not listen to understand, listen to dissolve. If you stay with me, by the time the morning comes, something in you will have awakened even as you sleep. So close your eyes, breathe softly, and let us begin this long night together, not of sleep alone, but of awakening through sleep. Man has forgotten the art of surrender. He knows how to struggle, how to strive, how to climb mountains. But he does not know how to fall into the arms of existence, weightless, trusting. And sleep is nothing but that fall. It is not a discipline to be practiced. It is a grace that descends when the struggle ends. Most people lie in bed at night fighting an invisible enemy, their own mind. They toss, they turn, they try every trick to capture sleep as if it were some shy animal that must be hunted. But the more you chase it, the further it runs. The mind thinks it can command silence the same way it commands action with force, with effort, with control. Yet silence is not something you can conquer. It is something that blossoms when control disappears. Here's what most people completely miss. The moment you try to sleep, you are already awake. Trying means doing. Sleep begins only when the doer fades away. Have you noticed The harder you insist on sleeping, the more alert you become. The more you tell yourself, I must rest now, the more restless you feel. You create tension out of your own demand. That's the paradox. Sleep is the reward for surrender, not the result of effort. Imagine a monkey sitting by a still pond. He sees the moon's reflection trembling in the water and reaches to grab it. But every time his hand touches the surface, the reflection shatters, the moon vanishes, and the water ripples with noise. Only when he grows tired of reaching, when his arms drop and his breathing slows, does the reflection return perfect, untouched, waiting. This is how sleep happens. When you stop reaching for it, it appears. You don't need to control the mind. You need to understand it. The mind's nature is movement endless, circular, noisy. You cannot make it still by command anymore than you can stop a river by shouting at it. You can only step aside and watch. When you watch, when you simply observe the mind's dance without resistance, something miraculous happens. A small distance arises between you and the movement. That distance is the doorway. In that distance, rest begins. So tonight, don't try to sleep. Don't even wish to. Just lie down as if the whole earth is holding you. Feel the bed beneath your body, the breath entering and leaving on its own. Don't interfere. The body knows what to do. It has been sleeping long before you were born. Trust it. The body has never forgotten how to rest. Only the mind has. Now let go of the idea that you must achieve something. There is nowhere to go, nothing to fix, nothing missing. The day has ended. Let the body melt into the earth. Let the breath flow like a small stream. Watch it. Be gentle with your watching. No strain, no effort. Watching should feel like listening to a distant song, not like staring at a target. And slowly, the watcher too will begin to fade. Do you hear that? The sound of silence rising between your thoughts. That is the first glimpse of surrender. It begins like a whisper, almost fragile. If you reach for it, you lose it. If you relax, it deepens. Let it spread through you like warmth in the chest, like soft rain on dry ground. Don't try to keep it. That too is a form of control. Just allow it. Remember this truth. Sleep comes not to those who chase it, but to those who stop running. When the chaser disappears, when even the desire to rest dissolves, sleep enters like a friend unannounced. It touches you gently, closes your eyes, and carries you away. And as your body begins to sink deeper, like a stone descending through water, you will feel a shift. Something loosens, something yields. That yielding is surrender. You are no longer trying to rest. You are being rested by existence itself. Let that happen now. No effort, no direction, just listening, just being. Your body has never forgotten how to rest. It is the most ancient part of you, older than your thoughts, wiser than your plans. While the mind calculates, the body listens. It listens to the earth, to gravity, to the rhythm of the breath. And when you trust it again, it leads you home. Here's something most people completely miss. The body is innocent. It does not know ambition. It does not know the clock. It doesn't worry about tomorrow or carry guilt from yesterday. It simply follows existence. The heart beats, the lungs rise and fall, the blood moves through its rivers without asking you for permission. Even when you are not aware of it, life continues. The same intelligence that turns night into day, that makes flowers bloom and rivers flow, is breathing through you right now. When you surrender to this rhythm, rest comes effortlessly. You do not have to earn it. You only have to remember it. Feel the weight of your body against the bed. This is gravity's embrace, not a burden. Let the body sink as if the earth herself is holding you close. She has been waiting. You have carried yourself all day, thinking you were separate, but now you can let the earth carry you back. The mind will still try to interfere. It will whisper, "You're not relaxed yet. You must breathe slower. You should do this technique or that one." Smile at it. Thank it for trying to help, and then ignore it. The body knows more than the mind ever will about rest. It has its own language, the language of sensation, warmth, rhythm. When you feel the chest rise, feel it completely. When the breath falls, follow it down like a leaf riding the current. Have you ever watched a leaf fall into a river? It doesn't plan its journey. It doesn't decide where to go. It just surrenders to the flow, and the river carries it exactly where it needs to be. Let that be your meditation tonight. The river of breath will take you if you stop trying to steer. Feel how the air enters, cool and light, and how it leaves warm and full of release. Every exhale is a small surrender. Every breath is an opportunity to trust again. The body moves between life and death with each inhale and exhale, dying a little, being born again. This is its sacred rhythm, and if you follow it without resistance, sleep will not be something you do. It will be something that happens through you. Now, as you listen, begin to sense the quiet harmony beneath the surface. Your pulse, your heartbeat, your breathing, all are part of a great orchestra that never stops playing. When the mind interferes, it creates dissonance. When you step back, the music returns. So tonight, do not guide the body. Let the body guide you. It will lead you into stillness, step by step, breath by breath. You are safe in its hands. The same intelligence that grows trees and moves tides is singing you to sleep. Be still. Feel how you are already being breathed, already being held. The breath is the most ancient rhythm of life, the invisible thread that connects you to existence itself, the bridge between the body that sleeps and the awareness that never does. When you breathe without awareness, it is mechanical, unconscious, repetitive, like waves that crash upon the shore without noticing the ocean that holds them. But when you begin to observe your breath, not to control it, not to shape it, only to witness it, you suddenly step out of time. In that moment, the breath becomes sacred. It is no longer something you do, it is something that happens through you. People often ask me, how can something so simple be so powerful? I tell them, because simplicity is power. The mind complicates, the ego interferes, but the breath remains pure, untouched by your ambitions or your fears. Every inhale is a beginning, every exhale is an ending, and in the space between the two lies eternity. You have been so busy running from moment to moment that you've forgotten this small miracle happening inside you. This silent tide that moves without asking, that has kept you alive since your first cry. Here's what you must understand. You are not breathing, existence is breathing you. The same energy that moves the stars and unfolds the seasons moves your chest, fills your lungs, and then leaves, only to return again. You do not control it, you are carried by it. The more you try to manipulate it, the more you separate yourself from its grace. So tonight, as you listen to my voice, don't take deep breaths, take real breaths. Let each one come on its own, like a wave returning to the shore, soft, effortless, endless. With every exhale, release the day. Let the weight of all that has been said, all that has been done, drift away. The breath knows how to cleanse you. You just have to get out of its way. Each exhale is a small death, a letting go, a reminder that everything leaves, that everything must pass. And each inhale is a birth, a return, a promise from life itself that nothing is truly lost. Notice this rhythm and realize that you, too, are this rhythm, a constant dance between arrival and departure, between silence and sound, between being and nothingness. There is a secret hidden in this movement. Between one breath and the next, there is a pause, a stillness so subtle that most never notice it. It is the doorway between two worlds, the world of form and the world of formlessness, the world of dreams and the world of awareness. When you notice this pause, you will discover that it is the same silence that exists between thoughts, between heartbeats, between all beginnings and all endings. If you can linger there for just a moment, not as a doer but as a presence, you will touch the eternal. In that pause, there is no you, no effort, no desire. Only awareness remains pure, empty, luminous. This is the bridge. This is the passage from wakefulness into rest, from tension into surrender. The breath takes you there not by force, but by its own intelligence. It carries you like a mother carries her child across the threshold of sleep. The mind cannot understand this, because the mind knows only control, and this is the art of allowing. Do you see the beauty? The breath enters your body and leaves, but it belongs to the whole. You cannot keep it. You cannot hold it. If you try, you suffocate, and yet without it, you are nothing. This is the mystery of life itself, to be filled by what you cannot possess. Once you understand this, sleep becomes easy. You realize that just as you cannot force a breath, you cannot force rest. You simply allow it. You trust the rhythm that has always been there. Now, as you breathe, imagine that each exhale is a gentle wind clearing the dust from your mind. With every inhale, you are filled with freshness, with lightness, with life. The breath moves in, moves out, and in its movement, all tension is washed away. Soon, even the watcher of the breath will dissolve, and there will only be breathing vast, quiet, infinite. And when that happens, when breath becomes your meditation, when awareness and sleep meet upon this bridge, you will discover that you have not fallen asleep at all. You have simply fallen into life itself, deeper than ever before, resting in the arms of existence, breathing with the stars, dreaming with the sky. The mind is a restless guest who refuses to leave even when the house has grown dark and silent. It sits there, turning over old conversations, building new worries out of nothing, lighting fires where only ashes should be. You lie down, the body heavy with exhaustion, yet something inside refuses to stop. Thoughts rise and fall, one after another, 1,000 small waves crashing against the shore of your awareness. This is why sleep seems so far away, not because the body is awake, but because the mind is still trying to hold the reins of life, even as existence whispers, "Let go." The truth is, the mind fears losing control. It is terrified of silence because silence is death to it. In silence, the mind has no ground to stand on. There is nothing for it to do, nowhere for it to run, so it keeps moving, endlessly creating, endlessly talking. But this movement is not life, it is noise pretending to be living. The mind's greatest trick is to make you believe that if you stop thinking, you will vanish. But look closely, the mind never truly rests. And yet you have moments, even brief ones, where you stop identifying with its chatter. Have you noticed? When you are completely absorbed in music, in a sunset, in love, for a split second, the mind stops. And in that stopping, you feel alive. That moment is what sleep is made of. Here's what most people miss. You cannot silence the mind through violence. You cannot wrestle it into submission. The more you fight it, the more it fights back, because conflict is its food. Instead, you must become the watcher, the one who sees without judgment. Watching is not suppression, it is understanding. When you watch a child throwing a tantrum, you don't argue with the child, you simply wait. Eventually, the energy runs out, the storm quiets, and peace returns. The same is true of the mind. The more you watch it, the more it begins to exhaust itself, until suddenly, like a spinning wheel losing momentum, it slows down and silence emerges from the center. I have often said that the mind is like a river. You cannot stop a river from flowing. You can only stand on the bridge and watch its movement. The watcher on the bridge never drowns. The one who jumps in, who tries to change the direction of the current, is swept away. So tonight, stand on the bridge of your awareness. Watch the thoughts move below you, the fragments of the day, the voices of memory, the echoes of desire. Don't judge them. Don't resist them. Don't try to make sense of them. Just watch. Watching is enough. When you watch, a miracle happens. What you watch begins to lose its grip on you. Soon you will notice that the thoughts that once felt so heavy, so important, begin to pass like clouds. One appears, floats across your sky, and dissolves into nothingness. Another follows, perhaps darker, perhaps lighter, but it too fades. The sky remains untouched. That sky is you. The clouds are just weather. The mistake humanity makes is believing the weather is the sky itself. But you are the open expanse in which everything comes and goes. When you remember this, you cannot be disturbed. The mind that cannot sleep is a mind that still believes it must protect you. It worries about tomorrow, replays yesterday, plans, judges, calculates not out of malice, but out of habit. It has served you for so long that it doesn't know how to stop. So don't hate it, don't condemn it, thank it, and then gently let it rest. You can whisper to it, "You've done enough for today. Rest now." Slowly, its hold will loosen, its grip will fade, and if sleep still does not come, do not despair. Even restlessness, when watched, becomes peaceful. The key is not to eliminate movement, but to find stillness in the midst of it. When you become the witness, the silent observer who neither clings nor rejects even the storm becomes part of the calm. Watch the noise with the same gentleness you would watch waves in the ocean. There is rhythm in them too. There is beauty even in their chaos. And as you keep watching, a new intelligence awakens. One that is deeper than the mind, one that does not depend on thought. You begin to feel a vastness inside, a quietness that does not belong to you but to existence itself. This intelligence is not something you create, it is something that reveals itself when you stop interfering. Soon, as you lie there breathing, feeling the pulse of life move through you, the mind will begin to fall into that vastness. It will no longer be an obstacle, but a wave returning to the sea. And when it does, you will understand that the silence you were searching for was never outside you. It was waiting here all along, beneath the noise, beneath the dreams, beneath the endless wanting, vast, patient, infinite. So rest now, not because you must, but because there is nothing left to do. Rest not as an act, but as a recognition of what has always been. You are the watcher, and the watcher never sleeps, and yet within that watching, everything rests. When you close your eyes, the mind doesn't vanish. It slips beneath the surface, carrying its unfinished stories with it. What you call dreams are simply fragments of the day, still seeking their place. Emotions that were never felt fully, moments that were left unresolved. The mind continues to digest what consciousness refused to taste. All day long you collect experiences, sights, sounds, desires, fears, and you swallow them without chewing, without awareness. Then at night, the unconscious begins its work, rearranging, replaying, transforming. It paints strange scenes, absurd combinations, faces from the past, fears from the future, all woven together in a tapestry that often makes no sense. And yet, if you watch closely, every dream is a whisper from your own depths, a message coded in the language of the forgotten. Most people fight with their dreams, afraid of what they might reveal. They wake up disturbed, confused, sometimes guilty, But dreams are not enemies. They are mirrors, showing you what you've hidden from yourself. When you resist them, you prolong their presence. When you welcome them, they lose their power. The mind that cannot rest during the day cannot be peaceful at night, because whatever you suppress in the sunlight will come to visit you in the dark. You may lock the door, but it will enter through the window of sleep. Forgiveness is the key that closes those windows gently before you sleep. Forgive. Not as a moral duty, but as a cleansing. Forgive yourself for the day, for what you said, for what you didn't say, for what you thought you should have been. Forgive others too, not for their sake, but for your own. Anger, guilt, resentment, these are stones in your pockets as you try to float on the ocean of sleep. You cannot rest while carrying them. Let them sink to the bottom. The ocean will take them. It knows how to dissolve pain. You see, dreams are not random. They are your inner gardener, tending to the soil of your being. But many of you spend your nights watering weeds, thoughts of failure, fear, comparison, and then you wonder why flowers do not bloom. The gardener cannot work if the soil is poisoned with worry. So tonight, before you enter sleep, offer your mind a clean garden. Say to yourself, let everything that was heavy be released. Feel it leave you through the breath, through the exhale, through the soft surrender of your shoulders. The body listens when you speak this way. It understands the language of letting go. The restlessness you feel is not a curse. It is energy seeking direction. It's like water trapped behind a dam, trembling to move, to flow. And when you give it permission, it flows toward peace. Restlessness exists only when you resist the flow of your inner life. The moment you allow, the tension breaks and the current becomes calm. So don't fight the restlessness. Don't call it wrong. Watch it, breathe with it, and let it dance until it exhausts itself. Every wave must eventually bow to the ocean. In the same way, your thoughts, your emotions, your dreams, all are waves upon the ocean of your consciousness. They rise, they move, they fall, and the ocean remains vast, silent, unbroken beneath. The waves cannot harm the ocean. They are its expression. Once you realize this, you stop trying to calm the surface and you begin to rest in the depth. Sleep happens there, in that depth. It is not the absence of movement, it is the presence of peace even while movement continues. So tonight, don't try to control what dreams come or don't come. Don't demand silence from the mind. Instead, trust that every image, every memory, every sound that arises is simply being released. You are being emptied. The mind is doing what it was made to do, to process, to cleanse, to transform. Let it be the witness. Watch the play, knowing that it is only a play. And slowly, as the night deepens, the play will end, the curtain will fall, and you will feel a stillness so deep that it does not belong to sleep alone, it belongs to the soul. And when morning comes, you will not only have rested, you will have healed. The mind will be lighter, the heart will be softer, and the day will begin not as a continuation of yesterday's burdens, but as a new birth. This is the power of resting consciously to allow dreams to be what they are, to let memory flow where it will, to let existence cleanse itself through you. Nothing is wrong. Everything is simply finding its way back to silence. There comes a moment when you realize that the mind is not your master, but merely a servant that has forgotten its place, a tool that has taken over the craftsman. It has been talking, planning, remembering, analyzing, dreaming endlessly, obsessively, compulsively, and you have mistaken its voice for your own. But there is something in you that watches even that voice. It has been there since your first breath and will remain after your last. That something is awareness. The witness, it is the silent center of your being, untouched, unchanging, eternal. You may have forgotten it, but it has never forgotten you. When you begin to watch the mind, you start to see that the watcher is different from the watched. The mind is like a stage where thousands of actors come and go, thoughts, emotions, memories, desires. But the watcher sits in the audience unmoved. It doesn't clap when the hero appears. It doesn't cry when the villain wins. It simply observes. And when you see that you are the watcher, not the actors, a profound freedom arises. The whole drama continues, but it no longer binds you. You are free because you no longer believe every line the mind whispers. Here is something most people never discover. Even sleeplessness becomes peaceful when you become the witness. When you identify with the mind, every restless thought becomes torture. Every minute awake feels like an eternity. But when you shift your attention from what is happening to the one who sees it happening, a beautiful thing occurs, the tension drops. You are no longer the storm, you are the sky that contains it. The sky never complains about the thunder. The sky is never afraid of the lightning. It allows everything and yet remains vast, silent, infinite. You may say, but my mind is too noisy, I can't stop it. That is exactly the point. You cannot stop it, and you don't need to. Stopping is not your task. Watching is. The act of watching itself transforms. When you watch without interfering, the energy that once fueled your thoughts begins to shift. It turns inward toward awareness. It's like holding a mirror to the sun. Slowly, the light turns back upon itself. And when the light of attention turns inward, the mind starts to dissolve into its source. Try this now. As you listen, don't focus on the meaning of my words. Instead, become aware of the space in which the words appear, the silence between them, the awareness that hears them. You are not the thoughts moving in your head. You are the space in which they move. You are not the waves. You are the ocean beneath them. And this recognition is the beginning of true rest. Sleep gives rest to the body, but witnessing gives rest to the soul. Have you ever noticed that even in deep sleep, something remains aware? When you wake up, you say, I slept well, or I didn't sleep at all. Who is this I that knows? Even when the body and mind disappear into unconsciousness, a subtle awareness continues watching the silence of sleep itself. That is the witness ever present, ever awake, even in the heart of rest. Once you begin to feel this witness, you will see that peace was never something to be achieved. It was always here, hidden behind the noise of thought. This awareness cannot be disturbed because it is not a thing. It has no form, no boundary, no birth, no death. It is the same awareness that looks through your eyes and through the eyes of every being that ever lived. It is existence watching itself. When you rest in this witnessing, your sleep becomes a meditation. Your waking becomes a meditation. You carry stillness with you like a fragrance. And now, as you rest here, watching the soft rise and fall of your breath, watching the mind's movements without judgment, begin to sense the stillness spreading through you from the crown of your head to the tips of your toes. Every thought that appears will seem smaller, more distant, like birds crossing the horizon. You are not the birds. You are the sky. Remember this again and again. You are the sky. Nothing can stain it. Nothing can shatter it. Slowly, even the watcher itself will dissolve, because ultimately the watcher and the watched are not two. There comes a moment when the boundary between observing and being observed disappears, and only pure awareness remains. Not someone watching, not something being watched, but just watching itself. That is the final surrender. That is meditation. Rest now in that vastness. Don't try to hold it, just allow it to be. If thoughts come, let them pass. If dreams rise, let them fade. You are no longer inside the mind is inside you. You are the silence behind every sound, the stillness beneath every motion, the awareness that remains even when all else falls away. And as you drift deeper into that silence, the body softens, the breath slows, and the world begins to disappear. Nothing to do, nowhere to go, nothing to fix. Only this moment, wide open, infinite, watching itself through you. As the night deepens and the body begins to loosen its grip on the waking world, something extraordinary becomes possible, a quiet awareness that stays luminous even as everything else fades into darkness. For most people, sleep is a kind of death, an unconscious escape from the noise of the day, a temporary forgetting. But for one who begins to awaken inwardly, sleep becomes a living meditation, a sacred return. The body lies still, the breath moves softly, and yet a small flame inside continues to burn. A subtle light that neither dreams nor thinks, a light that simply watches. It watches without effort, without intention, without seeking any goal, and in that effortless watching, a doorway opens to another dimension of being. When I say watch, I don't mean observe in the way you watch a movie or a thought. This watching is not mental, it is presence. It has no eyes, no direction, no focus. It is everywhere and nowhere at once. Imagine a candle left burning in the corner of a dark room. The candle is not trying to illuminate the darkness, it simply is. Its very existence pushes the shadows back, quietly, without struggle. In the same way, When awareness remains alive as the body falls asleep, the unconscious begins to transform. Dreams become transparent. Emotions lose their heaviness. The boundaries between sleep and wakefulness dissolve. You are resting, and yet there is an aliveness more profound than any you have known while awake. Most people fall asleep as if they are dying abruptly, unconsciously, helplessly. They disappear into a void without remembrance, without gratitude. But you can fall asleep like a sage, gently, gracefully, aware of the mystery unfolding. You can feel yourself crossing the threshold between two worlds, one filled with movement and one made of stillness. As the mind drifts away, you remain not as a person, not as a thought, but as pure being. This is what I call the light that watches the darkness. At first, it may seem impossible. The moment you become aware that you are aware, the mind becomes alert again. But patience will reveal the way. Awareness is like a seed. Give it time, and it will learn to bloom even in the night. Begin simply as you lie down. Whisper to yourself, I will rest, but awareness will remain. Don't repeat it as a mantra. Let it be a gentle intention, like a feather floating on water. Then surrender to the rhythm of the breath, to the pull of gravity, to the warmth of the sheets. You are not trying to stay awake. You are simply remembering that the one who sleeps and the one who watches are not two. Slowly, you will feel it, a delicate thread of consciousness continuing beneath the waves of sleep. It is not sharp like the waking mind. It is soft, luminous, like the glow of moonlight on water. You may drift into dreams, but even in dreaming, you will know that you are dreaming. The dream will lose its power to frighten or control you. You may wake in the middle of the night, and instead of restlessness, there will be peace. Because even in darkness, you will sense that something vast and silent is watching, breathing through you. This small light is not yours. It is not the product of effort or discipline. It is existence itself, peeking through the veil of the personal. Once you feel it, even once, you will never again be the same. You will know that there is a presence within you, untouched by time or sleep, untouched by fear or forgetting. That presence is your true home. It has no name, no face, but it is more real than the body that carries you. So tonight, as you drift, don't be afraid of the darkness. Don't resist it. The darkness is not your enemy. It is your womb. It is the space from which all light is born. The stars exist only because of it. The light needs the darkness to be seen. Let the night swallow you, but stay awake in the heart. Feel yourself falling and yet falling upward, falling inward into the infinite depth of your own being. And as you do, you will notice that nothing is lost. The world of form melts away, but awareness remains. This is the true rest, the rest that is not the absence of life, but its deepest expression. You are breathing with the cosmos now, dreaming with the trees, sleeping with the sea. Even as the body sleeps, existence keeps singing through you. and the light continues to shine, soft, silent, eternal. There is a moment, brief, delicate, easily missed, that lies between waking and sleep. It comes like a whisper, a sigh from existence itself, when the thoughts lose their edges and the body becomes light as air. Most people rush through this space without ever knowing it exists, hurrying into dreams as if crossing a busy street, never stopping to notice the stillness that waits there, eternal and patient. But that small gap is the doorway to the beyond. If you can linger there, if you can float in that breathless in-between where the day has ended but the night has not yet begun, you will taste something of death, not the death of the body, but the death of identity, the death of the one who is always trying to be. It is the most peaceful moment of your life and yet the most alive. To enter this gap, you need not do anything extraordinary. You need only stop hurrying. You have been conditioned to move from one thing to another without pause, from task to task, from noise to noise, from thought to thought. Even when you rest, you are planning the next movement. And so, you have forgotten the art of transition, the beauty of standing at the threshold. Between two notes, there is music. Between two breaths, there is silence. Between two thoughts, there is awareness. And between wakefulness and sleep, there is grace. This grace cannot be created, only recognized. It waits for you every night, like a friend standing in the doorway, but you pass by with your eyes closed. Tonight, you will linger. When you feel yourself beginning to fall asleep, don't resist and don't rush. Don't cling to wakefulness and don't chase unconsciousness. Just hover. Feel the body as it melts, the limbs as they lose their borders, the breath as it slows into a soft rhythm. Feel the edges of thought dissolving, words fading into waves, and yet notice that something remains aware. This is the watcher, silent and still, observing the vanishing of the world. Stay with that watcher even for a few seconds, and you will enter the golden twilight between worlds. In that gap, you are neither the person who lived the day nor the dreamer who will wander the night. You are something vast and formless, a pure presence without history or future. In that space, there is no name, no desire, no time. You are not asleep, and yet you are not awake. The body rests, but awareness breathes, luminous and free. It is like standing at the shore of an infinite ocean, the waves of sleep gently touching your feet, inviting you to dissolve, but not yet. Stay there, just watching the tides of being rise and fall. This is meditation in its purest form, effortless, natural, blessed. The sages have always known this secret. They called it the third state, neither waking nor dreaming, neither inside nor outside the passage to the divine. It is here that consciousness renews itself, where you return to the source from which you were born. To linger here, even for a single breath, is enough to transform the quality of your rest, the flavor of your dreams, the texture of your days. You will wake with a silence that does not leave you, a light that shines from within, a sweetness that has no cause. Don't be afraid if it feels as though you are disappearing. That disappearance is not loss, it is liberation. You have carried the weight of your name, your story, your striving for too long. Let it drop now, like an old garment at the edge of a river. The current will take it, and you will be free to float not as someone, but as the very movement of life itself. This is what it means to die consciously each night, to surrender to the mystery with open eyes. And as you rest in this space, you will sense that even darkness glows with its own light. There is no conflict here, no tension between being and non-being. Everything simply is. Thoughts may flicker at the horizon. Sensations may ripple through the body, but they are far away now, small and gentle, like the last echoes of a distant song. You are home. You have crossed the threshold not by moving, but by ceasing to move. You have entered the gap, the silent pause where existence breathes you back into itself. Stay here as long as you can, as long as the body allows, without clinging, without fear. And when sleep finally comes, let it take you completely. But carry this awareness as a fragrance, as a subtle remembrance, that even in the deepest night, you are still held, still known, still alive in the vast stillness of the infinite. There is a rest deeper than sleep, a stillness so total that even dreaming ceases, even the faint hum of thought dissolves, and yet something luminous remains. It is not the unconscious dark of forgetfulness. It is the radiant quiet of awareness that has finally returned to its source. Sleep heals the body, yes. It mends the nerves, cools the brain, relaxes the muscles, clears the debris of the day. But awareness, pure awareness, heals something far greater. It touches the very roots of your being, the hidden layers of longing and fear, the silent memories that live beneath your breathing. This rest beyond sleep is what your soul has been yearning for, not merely the relief of exhaustion, but the embrace of existence itself. A rest so complete that there is no one left to be rested. When you fall into ordinary sleep, the body rests, but the self continues its journey. It dreams, it struggles, it remembers. But when awareness flowers even within that sleep, the journey stops. You are no longer going anywhere. You are not even someone who needs to arrive. You are home. Awareness is the home you have been searching for in every comfort, every success, every love affair, every prayer. You thought you were seeking happiness or peace, but what you were really seeking was this: to be at rest in yourself. The rest beyond sleep is not achieved through effort. It unfolds like a flower opening to the sun, slowly, delicately, without will. You can only create the conditions for it by softening, by becoming receptive. Every tension in you, physical, emotional, mental, is a kind of resistance to the natural flow of existence. The more you release it, the more deeply you sink into that current of life that carries all things toward peace. You cannot push your way to stillness. You can only fall into it as a leaf falls into the stream, as a cloud falls into the sky. And perhaps you've noticed, sometimes even after a long night's sleep, you wake feeling tired, dull, as if no rest has happened at all. That's because the body has slept. But the inner turmoil continued. The mind went on spinning its web, weaving anxiety into your dreams, tightening its grip on every memory. Real rest begins only when you stop identifying with that mind. When you realize that thoughts are like ripples in the pond of consciousness. They disturb the surface but never touch the depth. In the depth, everything is still, and from that stillness, energy renews itself endlessly. So tonight, allow yourself to sink beyond the sleep of the body into the sleep of the soul. This is not the unconsciousness of escape. This is the consciousness of surrender. It is a paradox. You will appear to be asleep, but within, you will be utterly awake. The body will be unmoving, the mind silent, and yet an invisible flame will be burning, soft and steady. At the center of your being, this flame does not flicker, it does not need fuel, it does not belong to time. It is the eternal witness, your true nature. In this rest beyond sleep, healing happens without effort, transformation without intention. You will not know when it begins or when it ends, because there is no you left to measure it. It is as if the ocean has reclaimed its waves, as if the sky has drawn its clouds back into itself. There is no separation now, only vastness, breathing, pulsating, endlessly alive. When you awaken from this kind of sleep, you will feel light, as though something heavy has been lifted from you. Though you cannot say what, you will smile for no reason. Move gently. See beauty everywhere. You will sense that even in movement, you are resting. Even in noise, you are silent. Remember this. Sleep is the closing of the eyes, but true rest is the opening of the heart. Sleep gives you energy to live another day. Awareness gives you the wisdom to live eternally. Let both happen tonight. Let the body sink into the warmth of the bed. Let the breath slow. Let the mind fade. And somewhere beyond all of that, remain awake to the infinite peace that has always been here, waiting for your return. And now, as you drift deeper, let the awareness carry you not as an effort, but as a fragrance. The fragrance of being itself, pure and simple. Let it seep into every corner of your being, until even the idea of separation disappears. Let it touch the place within you that has never slept and never will, the still point around which the stars turn. That is where the rest beyond sleep resides, the eternal pause at the center of life. At a certain depth of silence, even the one who is resting, even the one who says I am resting, begins to dissolve. The center that has been observing, that subtle watcher who stood apart from the body and mind, slowly melts into the infinite ocean of awareness itself. The distinction between the one who watches and what is being watched fades like mist under the morning sun. What remains is not a person, not a presence confined within a name or a memory, but a vast emptiness. Yet this emptiness is full, overflowing with peace. When the I disappears, only life remains, breathing, pulsating, existing in its own rhythm, without owner, without identity. You may think this sounds frightening, but it is not death, it is liberation. To lose the self is to discover that what you called you was never small, never separate. It was the ocean pretending to be a drop. The I has always been the dream. You built it carefully over years, a collection of faces, stories, successes, failures, hopes, and fears. You have defended it, adorned it, feared for it. But look closely. Where is this I now? Can you find it in the body? The body changes every day. Can you find it in the mind? The mind never stops moving. Can you find it in memory? Memory is only smoke from fires, long gone. The I is a shadow cast by movement. When movement stops, the shadow vanishes. The disappearance of the I is the ultimate sleep, the final rest, and yet it is the birth of awakening. The deepest sleep and the highest meditation are one and the same at this point. In ordinary sleep, you lose the world but remain ignorant. In deep awareness, you lose the world and discover yourself as the whole. There is no doer, no sleeper, no watcher. There is only the state of being pure, silent, effortless. You can feel it even now, in this very moment, if you stop naming things. Drop every word. Don't call it breath. Don't call it body. Don't call it silence. Just be. When there is no name, there is no boundary. When there is no boundary, there is no fear. The sages of the East call this state Turiya the fourth, beyond waking, dreaming, and deep sleep. In it, you are not awake in the ordinary sense, because there is no one left to be awake. You are not asleep, because awareness is luminous and alive. It is both and neither. It is a still ocean without waves, a sky without clouds. This is not something you achieve. It is something that reveals itself when everything else falls away. The moment you stop clinging to identity, the vastness rushes in. It was always there, waiting for a space. Imagine a drop of rain falling toward the sea. For a brief moment, it glitters in the light. Separate, individual, trembling with its own existence. Then it touches the ocean, and in that instant, it vanishes. But does it really die? No. It becomes the ocean. It loses its name, its shape, its story, but gains the infinity of depth and expanse. So too with you. The drop was never separate except in its imagination. The I is that imagination, a spark of self-assertion born from fear. When you dissolve back into the whole, the fear ends, because there is nothing left to lose. And this disappearance is not annihilation. It is expansion. It is love in its purest form. The love that requires no object, no subject, no direction. Love simply is. When there is no I, there is no you or other. There is only the pulse of life, moving within itself, aware of itself, rejoicing in its own dance. You are that dance. You always have been. The sleeper, the dreamer, the watcher, they were all roles in the same play. When the play ends, the stage remains. You are the stage, not the characters. So, as you lie here, drifting beyond the edges of thought, let this awareness deepen. Don't hold on even to the sense of watching. Let it fade too. There is a peace so profound it has no opposite, and it awaits you at the point where the I disappears. Don't be afraid, nothing real can be lost. The only thing that vanishes is the illusion of separation. What remains is the stillness that was here before you were born and will be here after the stars have gone dark. Now, allow yourself to sink completely. Let go of the last whisper of identity. The words of this voice are fading. The body has become weightless. The world has grown silent. What remains is only being endless, boundless, serene. You have not fallen asleep. You have fallen into truth. And when the I is gone, what remains is not emptiness in the way you have feared it, but a fullness so total, so exquisite, that even the word fullness cannot contain it. It is as if the whole universe has come rushing in to fill the space where your small self once lived. The trees, the stars, the rivers, the dust of the earth, they are no longer things outside you. You breathe, and the forest breathes with you. You close your eyes, and galaxies spin silently inside your chest. The separation between inner and outer collapses like a dream upon waking. There is only one movement, one song, one life, endlessly expressing itself in infinite forms, yet always the same melody at its heart. This is union, not the joining of two, but the recognition that there were never two to begin with. For lifetimes, humanity has lived with the illusion of division, me and you, this and that, life and death, sacred and mundane. But now you see, all opposites dissolve into a single presence. Even sleep and waking are not different. They are ripples on the surface of the same ocean. The ocean does not prefer calm to storm. It does not resist its waves. It allows everything. That allowing is love. Not the love that clings, but the love that embraces without condition, without boundaries. It is the love that says yes to all that is. When you are in union with the whole, this yes becomes your natural breath. You no longer live as a fragment trembling in fear of being broken. You live as the vastness itself, which cannot be broken. You have spent so much time trying to reach something: enlightenment, peace, success, God. But all along, it was here, in the very pulse of your existence, hiding behind your effort. The river was always flowing toward the ocean, not because it had to, but because that is its nature. You too are flowing toward your own vastness. And now, in this silence, the journey ends. There is nowhere to go, nothing to become, no more striving. You have arrived, not in a place, but in a presence. This is the great homecoming, the return from exile, the end of seeking. In this state, even the idea of meditation disappears. Who would meditate, and for what purpose? The meditator has dissolved into meditation itself. Life is the prayer now, breath is the mantra, stillness is the temple. You do not need to do anything holy. Existence itself is holiness. Every sound, every silence, every heartbeat becomes sacred. When you look at the sky, it is not that you are looking at something, you are the sky looking at itself. When you feel the warmth of the night air against your skin, it is the air feeling itself through you. The boundary has melted, and you are everywhere. Do you feel it? That vast, endless quiet spreading through the room, through the earth, through the stars. It is not coming from outside. It is emanating from you, from the center that is no longer a center. It has no shape, no direction, yet it is all directions at once. You are the still point around which the galaxies turn, and yet you are also the turning itself. There is no contradiction here, because the whole has no opposite. You have dissolved into the great rhythm, the eternal heartbeat of existence. And when you awaken in the morning, the world will not seem separate or distant. You will not wake as a self returning from sleep. You will wake as life continuing through a new dawn. You will feel that even as you move through your day, speaking, eating, walking, laughing, a part of you remains rooted in this vast silence, untouched by time or circumstance. You will carry the fragrance of this night within you, the remembrance that you are not merely a person moving through life, but life itself, playing as a person for a while. So now, as the last traces of wakefulness fade, surrender completely. Don't hold back a single fragment of yourself. There is no need to be cautious. The ocean cannot drown in itself. Let the breath become softer until even breathing is forgotten. Let the heart beat on its own without your supervision. Let the mind fall silent, not because you commanded it to, but because it has found something greater to trust. The whole universe is breathing you, dreaming you, dissolving you back into itself. And in that dissolution, the sweetest truth reveals itself. You were never separate, never lost, never broken. You have always been the whole, dreaming of being apart. And now the dream has ended in the arms of reality. Rest in that now. Rest not as an individual, but as the infinite resting within itself. No beginning, no end, no boundary, no center. Only the vastness remains, pulsing with silent joy. A joy so deep it does not need expression. Sleep now, if you must call it sleep, but know that this is the sleep of the universe, the eternal rest of being that is always awake.